Kon'Enra everyone! Ni hao hello, I am Enra Okibi, reclusive smoke god drifting your way. How are you today? I hope everyone's doing okay after the marathon stream last night, which I didn't intend. I'm still a little tired from last night, honestly, myself. I swear I honestly tried to pace out Mario and Luigi, and I thought we were right there at the end. Especially once we beat Zocket. I thought it was just going to be like a straight shot, but apparently not. Like I said before, it kind of got real slow for a minute there right at the end. Did I rest after Monstrosity was stream? Yeah. I did try to get to sleep as much as I could. I think I woke up maybe 10 a.m. this morning and I went to bed like at 1, so I got 9 hours of sleep. Yeah. I mean, I'm still getting used to streaming in general, and I think normally like my capacity is going to be generally about 4 hours before I get winded. I don't know. I was just like, at a certain point I was just like, you know, F it, we ball, and I was locked in and determined to finish, you know. I put that it was the finale, and I was like, I'm gonna make this the finale one way or the other, right? I was still streaming, you woke up at 5 a.m. Yeah, it just went a lot longer than I thought. The pacing there at the end, I've said it a million times, just was kind of weird, and I didn't really know what to expect. It happens with RPGs sometimes. Like, pacing is one of the hardest things to do, and I really respect people who make games, because I don't know how I could do that. But yeah, I don't know. I still had a lot of fun, you know. I was having a lot of fun the whole time. It wasn't a bad experience, and it was nice in a way to do that length of stream just to prove to myself that I could, you know. I've seen other streamers do it, and I was like, how did they do it? How did they go for 10, 12 hours at a time? But, you know, I did it myself, so that's another milestone, I guess, you know. It's a way to look at it. Like, I do like love streaming. This is really my happy place. So it wasn't bad going for that length of time. It was just obviously like, I would have liked to have planned to have gone that length of time, if you know what I'm saying. Like, it would have been a little bit better if that was what I intended from the get-go. But I adapted to it. I kept getting a second wind, like, once it did pick back up in those moments that it did. It helped to power me through, and of course having the Billows there watching me, that always energizes me, so yeah, it was nice. It was a nice way to spend a Sunday where I don't have to get up early the next day. Like, I don't expect to be doing that a lot of the time. I don't think that I would want people to expect me to do marathon streams often. But I guess if I'm able to do it, and if I'm particularly motivated, then I'll go beyond my, you know, usual 4-hour-ish window of streaming. It just really depends on kind of what I'm feeling. I'm proud of me. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. You know, I know also that not everyone can stick around for 10 hours at a time, and that's totally fine. I don't expect that. The VODs will always be there. So don't worry. I appreciate anyone popping in for as long as they can, you know, liking, subscribing, all that stuff. Anything, like all the small things help, and I see it all on my dashboard anyway, so don't ever think any of it goes unappreciated, is what I'm trying to say. I appreciate all of it. So yeah, just showing your support any ways you can. I really do appreciate it. It's all good. And for me personally, like with other streamers I don't normally watch like all of 10-hour streams at one time. I'll normally break it up into chunks and watch it, you know, piecemeal, save it for later, download it, whatever. So yeah, it's all good. You know, honestly, streams made me sleep better than I had in years past. That's good. That's really what I want to do. I want to be that chill streamer. I really want to, you know, help people feel cozy and welcome and just enjoy themselves, you know. Hopefully it can be a way to get away from the world, if I'm honest, because that's what streaming has been for me. That's why I wanted to be a VTuber. That's why I got into VTubers in the first place. Speaking of taking things a little bit easier today, Yeah, I think we're gonna do a game that I'm super familiar with, one that I, you know, have been playing since my memories began. Zelda: A Link to the Past. It's a huge game I played all through my childhood. I thought that we could do something like this before my Deltarune week next week, when I'm gonna replay chapters 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4 when it comes out next Thursday, June 5th. Because, you know, it's an easy game. It's something that I've played a million times. That said, I may have forgotten some of it, so if I do get hung up on some places, it's been a while. I'll just have to jog my memory. But it's also something that, like, we could take a break from and jump back into, depending on how long it takes for me to beat it. It just really depends. There's, like, one reason in particular I wanted to play this, because there's a puzzle, and we probably won't get to it today, that is in the game that's super frustrating and weird, and I've never done it legitimately. I would always sequence break to skip by it, and I want to do this puzzle legitimately on stream. And also, like, I want to play it with the Billows. Like, this is a game that's super special to me for many, many reasons, and I want to see other people's, you know, takes on it. I want to see other people's comments and how they react to it. Some of you all probably weren't around when it came out and haven't experienced it yet, so it's going to be new for you, and that's super cool to me that I get to share something special to me with you for the first time. So I'm really, really looking forward to that, and I feel really blessed that I'm able to do that. Literally waited all day for this moment. Dog is here to watch me too. Oh yeah, hi. Oh, I love having a doggy Billow. That's so cute. I love dogs. Well, welcome to your dog also. I'm glad they're here. I'm glad they're here to show support. Pet them on the head for me. You know, good boy or girl, not sure. But glad to have them here either way. I guess that's probably all I have to yap about here in the beginning. We can go on ahead to the game room. Let's go ahead and pop on over there and get started. Alright, so let me get my controller set up. You can see my overlay that I've prepared for us, just to give a little bit more of an immersive experience. You can also see I'm not playing on an emulator. This is on Switch Online, so for anyone who cares about that. I also have a filter on here. Hopefully it won't be too invasive, let me know, but it's supposed to be a retro filter that makes it hopefully a little bit more immersive. Chiltamante, there we go. She's sniffing in response, welcoming. Oh, good girl. Good girl. Yeah, the TV overlay I think looks really cool. Let's go ahead and we'll pop right in. Oh, this is so good to see again. I love this game so much. All its pixely goodness. The music is so good too. Let me know if the audio is okay or if I need to adjust anything. I think it should be fine, but just in case. Long ago, in the beautiful kingdom of Hyrule, surrounded by mountains and forests, legends told of an omnipotent and omniscient golden power that resided in a hidden land. Many people aggressively sought to enter the hidden golden land. The scrolling's a little bit slow on this story part here. But no one ever returned. One day, evil power began to flow from the Golden Land. So the king commanded 7 wise men to seal the gate to the land of the golden power. That seal should have remained for all time. Yeah, it's a little bit oddly paced here. They didn't anticipate narrating it. But when these events were obscured by the mists of time and became legend, this was well before VTubing started. 1991, everybody. Mode 7 here. A mysterious wizard known as Aghanim came to Hyrule to release the seal. He eliminated, pause, the good king of Hyrule. I like they had to use that euphemism too. They couldn't say they killed him, they said they had to eliminate him. Through evil magic, he began to make descendants of the 7 wise men vanish. One, pause, after another. And the time of destiny for Princess Zelda is drawing near. It's a pretty serious story for a Nintendo story right off the bat. Oh, this game is so good. It was... Let's see, I'll go ahead and put... I'll go with kibby for our file name. I love this, like, text selection screen, too. This game was, like, the foundation for all of, like, Zelda that came after it, especially the 2D Zeldas, now that we've gone with the 3D and the 2D. But so much of the music and the formula of Zelda games really originated here. And this was actually, like, this was after Zelda 2, which was a completely different formula from the first game. And they were like, oh, well, that wasn't as well received, so let's go back to the foundation and the roots and expand on it. And yeah, for that reason, this game has really shaped everything that came after it. So hopefully for those of you who aren't familiar with this game, you'll be able to see a lot of that formula and where it started here. Can't believe you're showing us a game from when you were a bajillion years old. Yeah, it's from a good long time ago. Help me. Please, help me. I am a prisoner in the dungeon of the castle. My name is Zelda. The wizard, Aghanim, has done something to the other missing girls. Now, only I remain. Aghanim has seized control of the castle and is now trying to open the 7 wise men's seal. I am in the dungeon of the castle. Please, help me. Kibby, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back by morning. Don't leave the house. I mean, of course, we're not gonna just stay here. We're gonna get up and get going. Let's smash our own pots. Also a thing that started in this game. Got the lamp. Now you can light torches and see your way in darkness. Never played this game, purchase online and get right in the fun? Yeah, if you've got Switch Online, I think you can play it for free. It's just on the Nintendo Switch app or the Super Nintendo app. But if you have like a... Well, I mean, I don't think the 3DS Marketplace is still active, but you used to be able to get it on there on the Virtual Console too. Yeah. A lot of cool effects that the Super Nintendo could do that the regular NES couldn't, like the overlays of like the weather effects on the screen. That was new at the time. It's hard to believe that this game would be a tech showcase in any way, but it was for the time. Kibby, I didn't want you involved in this. I told you not to leave the house. Take my sword and shield and listen. You can focus power in the blade. Hold the B button. Then release it using the secret technique handed down by our people. Kibby, you can do it. Save the princess. Zelda is your... That line actually had people like theorizing for a long time. Zelda is your... But I think the consensus is that it was actually translated wrong, and it was supposed to be like, you are Zelda's ... inferring like only hope or something like that, like in Star Wars or something. I think that's the consensus on that line right there. But I think they just translated it backwards for some reason. Game translation back in the early days was, I mean, God bless them, they do a better job than I would, but I don't think it was always as accurate as it could have been. In that chest too, if you didn't grab the lamp in the house when you start off, you would get the lamp right here in the chest. But if you have it, it'll just give you 5 rupees instead. I don't have magic, but in the pots there's magic. And you needed magic to be able to use the lamp. See, it's the Y button. There we go. Yeah, this game came out 34 years ago. It's wild to think about. Zelda's our Billow, yeah. These guys move pretty quickly. These guys don't. I always used to like imagine like something about the armor like makes them look like pig-like. Well, you can't really see it from here, but yeah, especially like in the side profile, it kind of makes them look like piggies or something. And that's what I imagined as a kid. Like these are just like actual pigs in suits of armor. That 16-bit detail. This theme too, the the Hyrule Castle theme, has been reused in all kinds of Zelda games since then. Let's see, which way do we go? I feel like I can almost do this game on autopilot. I say that and there's gonna be puzzles that I don't remember later on, but I've just done it so many times. This game is just such a comfort for me that returning to it is always a pleasant experience. I really like these statues too, like the shields here. For some reason my brain used to interpret as like an off-center nose of some kind with like the nostrils there at the bottom. I don't know why I thought that, because it doesn't make any sense, but you know, that was my kid imagination. Pig warriors, yeah. I like the like metallic like rattling sound that the soldiers make too. You got the map, you can use it to see your current position in the rest of the dungeon. Press X. The like little pointing sprite too is really cute with Link. This was so like futuristic at the time. Yeah, the Magic 8 Ball might get a vacation with this one. Oops. I'm gonna have to probably watch a video on my own time, because I haven't done that to figure out how to do the puzzle that I was talking about earlier. I've seen it before, but I don't remember it, and I need to refresh my memory before we get to that. It probably won't be today, because I think that that's quite a while later on in the game, so I'm not gonna worry about it right now. It's so nice. It's always so nice returning here. The little tink on the swords too, whenever you hit the swords, it's so satisfying to me. Don't go back up there just yet. Oh. It's nice to like have a game you can kind of just like brain off when you're playing it. It's because it's so like stuck in your memory. That and there's a couple of games that are like that for me. Super Mario Brothers 3, which I also want to play on stream sometime, is another one. Just like it was always on in my childhood. I'd beat this game 100 times or that game 100 times and wouldn't care. I'd just keep playing it. Will I ever do a speedrun with this game? I don't know. I've never been much of a speedrunner. I did play the, what was it? NES World Championship game, and that was fun. Maybe I'll play some of that on stream. I could try, like, eventually, maybe one day doing a speedrun of this game. I know there's, like, so many categories to speedrunning, too. Some speedruns, like, they rely on glitches that'll, like, get you to the end, like, in 0.5 seconds or something, like, ridiculous like that. And some speedruns are, like, just going through the game normally. I'd probably just go through the game normally and try to see how fast I could beat it, but this time I just want to have fun. I just want to experience it again because I love this game so much. The tink made you paranoid. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good sound effect for, you know, 34 years ago. This is where Zelda's Lullaby originated too, this theme song. Thank you, Kibby. I had a feeling you were getting close. Kibby, listen carefully. The wizard is magically controlling all the soldiers in the castle. I fear the worst for my father. The wizard is an inhuman fiend. It's pretty harsh there, Zelda. With strong magical powers. Do you understand? Yes. Alright, let's get out of here before the wizard notices. I know a secret path, but first we have to go to the first floor. Let's go. This game also, like, in terms of file size, I know this from, like, Do You Know Gaming videos. Apparently, like, in file size terms, this game was, like, less than a megabyte, which is, like, incredible for me to think about with how big this game seemed for a lot of my childhood, even. Even up until, like, the N64 days, this game seemed huge. But it's very small. It's just, like, really amazing, like, what they could do with such limited technology back in the day. She looks pretty even though she's just 3 pixels. Yeah, the artwork for this game is also really good. The guy who's, like, responsible for finalizing the Mario designs that we know and love, Yoichi Kotabe, he was a former, like, Studio Ghibli animator, I believe. Or he worked with Miyazaki, something like that. He also did the artwork for this game. So, not like the updated artwork, if you look for the artwork on the Game Boy Advance re-release, but the original, like, Super Nintendo artwork, you can tell it looks like it's from an anime or something from 30 years ago. But yeah, he did the artwork for this game also. And it's really stunning. It's some of the most, like, influential artwork for me. There's a secret passage in the throne room that leads to Sanctuary. I'm sure the old man there will help us. Okay? Yeah, we gotta go up through here. Where they showed us in the intro cutscene. I like this little detail too. You can actually, like, cut the curtains. And it makes also a very satisfying noise. Whoosh! Whoosh! So good. I used to do this every time, even though it doesn't do anything. There's no benefit to doing it, but you can still do it. I love little details like that. That ornamental shelf should open. Do you have a light? It's pitch dark inside, and you can't see without one. If you're ready, let's go. Help me push it from the left. I like this sound too. It's so good. Let's see. A little squeaking of the rats. There's little lamps you can light too. That actually costs magic, but I think, like, it's free with just with the light on its own. The headlight beam in front of you. Oops. I really like all the sound effects in this game. I mean, granted, they're all familiar to me, but I think they're just on their own, in general, very satisfying to my ears. These little... I hated these, like, snake guys. They're so, like, gross. I don't know, something about them to me always kind of gave me an icky feeling. Let's see through here. More of the little snake guys. I guess they're technically called ropes in the Zelda universe. And the bats are called keys, but I just called them snakes when I was growing up. And snakes and bats. They kept the Zelda 1 naming conventions for all the enemies in this game. After passing through these sewers, we'll be very close to Sanctuary. Let's be careful. This water tile, too, for the shallow water. I always thought that the sprite for this was very interesting. I mean, I see what it's getting at, but to me it looks like waves of, like, blue things just like waving back and forth, like thick blue seaweed or something. I know what they're going for, but my brain interpreted it differently when I was a kid. Don't call them gross. They could be the early Billows. Hey, I mean, I'm happy to have them if they want to be here. I don't mean to insult them. Let's see. Get some rupees. Those actually will come in handy later. I don't think you have like a limit to how many rupees you can have in this game. I know in Ocarina of Time on the N64, that was a thing where you could only have so many rupees, especially at the beginning. But I don't think that's the case here. Oops. I think they undid that in Breath of the Wild also, if I recall correctly. In the original, on the Famicom NES, like, you could only have 255 because that was like the hard limit for like data in that game. It was even more limited in terms of like storage space and stuff, so it only registered up to 255 rupees. And you also used those for your arrows at the same time. That was interesting. Also, these walls, you can get through there, but I forget exactly how to get back in here. I think I've only ever done it once. It's kind of tricky to do that, if I remember right. I used to get stumped on how to do that all the time as a kid, too. This room is satisfying, though, because it's, like, very close to where you need to be. It's always a very comforting reminder to me, even though it has, like, enemies and stuff in it. I find it very soothing to be there. Yeah, the pots, I was just about to say, the pots are kind of OP in this game. Sanctuary is just beyond that door. Pull the switch over there. Especially in the beginning, throwing the pots is actually stronger than your sword. I think this one. You have to pull the lever to open the door. Press the A button and hold down on the control pad. Yeah, doing things like this was also new control-wise. People were not used to it. If you pull this lever, it'll activate a trap. Here we go. Princess Zelda, you are safe. Is this your doing, Kibby? Bought a Super Famicom from Japan. When we tried it here, it blew our electricity. Yeah, I think it's because it's got like different voltage settings, and even sometimes with those converters, it can be really tricky. I think when I went to Europe a long time ago, I had a laptop, and I had one of those converters, but it like... I mean, it was an old laptop, so I didn't really mind as much, but the converter, like, wasn't great. It was kind of cheap, and it kind of blew out the laptop because it was used to, like, US electricity currents. Yeah, so it can be kind of rough with that sometimes if you don't have a good converter. Yes, it was Kibby who helped me escape from the dungeon when I was captive. When I was captive, the wizard said, "Once I've finished with you, the final one, the Seal of the Wise Men will open." Kibby, you must not let the land of Hyrule fall into the wizard's clutches. If he releases the Seal of the Seven Wise Men, evil power will overwhelm this land. Before that happens, before it's too late, destroy the wizard before he destroys all of Hyrule. You can do it. You can. I sense that a mighty evil force guides the wizard's actions and augments his magical power. The only weapon potent enough to defeat the wizard is the legendary Master Sword. It is said that the village elder is the descendant of one of the Seven Wise Men. Maybe he can tell you more. I will mark his house on your map, but watch your every move. I am certain that the castle soldiers will be looking for you now. I will hide Princess Zelda here. Do not worry. Seek the elder. Do you understand? The Master Sword, I think, also was introduced in this game. There was a magic sword in Zelda 1, but it's officially called the Master Sword for the first time, and a lot of the conventions and lore associated with it started in this game too. Heart container! Kibby laptop, rest in peace. It was a long time ago. I definitely don't have that laptop anymore, so I'm not too torn up about it. Ah, so good to hear this music. I really love the colors of this game too. This particular green and tan, it's just very satisfying on the eyes. The little dancing flowers, such a nice touch. Yeah, yeah. This was just such a big, epic world at the time. Stepping out into it felt so majestic with the updated sound of the Super Nintendo, where you could actually have somewhat sound samples. Back when the Edo area, yes, that's true. It's quite a long time ago. The fortune teller's house music was so interesting to me. Like, this is so strange sounding, right? They really got experimental on the soundtrack with this one. You look like you might have an interesting destiny. May I tell you your fortune? I'll make it cheap. Ask him to tell it. I never actually did this normally, but... Hocus pocus, you will find the elder Sahasrara. Now I will take 10 rupees. I hope you will be healthy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was anticipating. I guess before the internet, that's how you remembered what your next objective was. This music too, the Kakariko Village music, was also the first time it appeared in a Zelda game, and Kakariko Village in general. So Sahasrara's house was here. This house too also was very satisfying to me. I don't know why, something about the grass roof. I don't know, something about it just felt very tactile, and like I could feel it just imagining it back in the day. Little things like that in these old games are very, very satisfying to me. New club banger. But yeah, I love this track. Let's ask Oba-chan here. Oh, you, it's Kibby. What can I do for you, young man? The elder? Oh, no one has seen him since the wizard began collecting victims. What? Master Sword? Well, I don't remember the details exactly, but long ago, a prosperous people known as the Hylia inhabited this land. Legends tell of many treasures that the Hylia hid throughout the land. The Master Sword, a mighty blade forged against those with evil hearts, is one of them. People say that it now is sleeping deep in the forest. Do you understand the legend? Anyway, look for the elder. There must be someone in the village who knows where he is. You take care now, Kibby. Billows watched the Oji-san relive his youth, yeah. It's always like a comforting walk down memory lane. This is like home to me coming back to this game. I had to like balance too, like kind of going autopilot and going place to place like without thinking about it, but I also want to expose people who haven't seen this game yet to this game and just try to remember how I viewed it when I first saw it as a kid. This guy is an interesting guy to me. I love his sprite. Something about it is cool. You, sir, have you been going through life without one of my hold anything bottles? Well, step right up and make your life complete. I've got one on sale now for the low price of 100 rupees. What do you say? Interested? I'll take. Well, I want to take one, but I don't have the coins for it right now. You talk to this lady. Hey, here's Kibby, the wanted man. Soldiers, anyone, come quickly. So the soldiers come after you, and you have to run from them. They'll fight you here in the village. It's a nice little detail. But then once you beat them, it just clears up and you go back to normal. This spin attack also is introduced here. Yeah, I'll come into your village and smash all your pots and cut down all your greenery. I'm sure that's fine. Raining outside watching you stream the epitome of cozy. I'm glad. That sounds really cozy. This is a really cozy game too. It's just really, really relaxing. I don't know why Link has pink hair in this. I think I remember reading that somewhere, but seeing again, I thought about that. I think it's probably some weird graphical thing with the limitations where they had to make his hair pink. I don't really recall. Or maybe it was to make it stand out against the scenery, something like that. You had to make considerations like that back then with a limited palette. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get his bottle. Now, hold it above your head for the whole world to see, okay? It's good for business. Yay. This is a magic bottle. You can store an item inside it and use it later. That'll come in handy a lot later. I like this statue too. This soundtrack's so good. I think in here there's someone. Yeah, a sickly child. I can't go out because I'm sick. People say I caught this cold from the evil air that's coming down off the mountain. This is my bug catching net. I'll use it when I'm better, but for now, I'll lend it to you. Yay, so we got a net too. Pink is a nice color, so I don't care. Yeah, it's a good color. It works somehow. You borrowed the bug catching net. There may be some other things you can catch with it too. There's some other things you can do with it also that's very interesting that I won't spoil right now. Here in the houses too, there's a, I mean, it's super low res, but it's a picture of Mario. That's supposed to be Mario here on the wall, even though it looks like an H. Nice little details like that. Let's see. You can go in the back here. This is a secret. There's a cuckoo there. And another bottle! Yay, you can get that right off the bat. Those come in very, very handy later in the game. That's another thing too, like, even though I'm being kind of slow and showing everybody, it's not really like, it's useful to come through here and explore in the beginning of the game, because there's things you can get. Whoa, I saw her. A very nice young lady at the Waterfall of Wishing in the hills where the river begins. Kibby, you should meet her at least once. I'm sure you'll like her. Oji-san trying to hook us up. Mumble mumble. I like how he says mumble mumble too. My son really liked to play the flute, but he went to look for the golden power and has not returned. I wonder where he is and what he's doing now. Edging us with the I won't spoil though. Yeah, I mean, it's not actually a big spoiler, but it's just a fun thing you can do, like one of those tricks that you learn from years and years of playing a game. May I help you? Select the thing you like. Press the A button. Prices is marked. Yeah, little shop here. I think this is a very strange place for a shop. It's like such a small building, it looks like the chicken coop. Here's one thing you can do that started with this game. It's mean, but it's fun to show off. If you keep hitting the cuckoos... Sorry for the, being mean to the chicken here, but if you do it enough times... You'll see the chickens start to attack you, and it gets like legitimately laggy from so many of them being on the screen at once. But that's a nice little detail. That's another fun thing you can do in this game that started as a Zelda convention here. Capitalism. There's bees in this game too that attack you. Lots of little things that you wouldn't have expected in an old game like this. Yeah, it's really sad to hurt the chickens, but they are invincible and they do get revenge on you. So there is that. Let's see, that's the map. One thing that confused me here on the item screen, where it says at the bottom, it has the A button, and it has like lift, read, talk, pull. I didn't really understand. I thought that you would like select those actions somehow, but you can't. It's just giving you a list of items that you can, or list of actions that you can do with the A button. Because again, at the time, doing a bunch of multiple actions and having an like a contextual way to do different actions was new. They didn't have that in games before. So It's just giving you a list of things you can do. Let's see. And this 3D map also was very groundbreaking ahead of the time. It tells you where to go, and the 3D is called Mode 7. It was a thing that the Super Nintendo could do. Where I want to go is actually over here. I forget actually how to trigger the map telling me where to go, but the old man is actually over there. I don't remember how to do that, so we'll just go ahead and do it. So let's go ahead and leave back up through here. I like that they've reused this map in A Link Between Worlds, and also in Echoes of Wisdom that just came out too. Revisiting it in 3D was a very interesting experience. Let's see, we just go on over here. Yay. I can probably get another heart somewhere before then. Hopefully it's not annoying me going into detail and rambling about everything, but I do love showing this game off. And I love, like, telling what I find special about it to other people. Because, again, like, for me, this is something that I know, like, almost by the back, like, the back of my hand, but a lot of other people have never seen it, so I'll get some water. It's little things like there's a hole there, and you would only learn those things by exploring. But there's so many little secrets in this game that make it really delightful. And if I can share how it was for me experiencing this game for the first time with someone else, then that's really my goal. I will soothe your wounds and comfort your weariness. Close your eyes and relax. To give someone else that special experience would be like the best gift I could ask for, you know? It's always made me happy being able to share things that made me emotional and made me feel things with other people and getting them to feel them too. Let's see. I think I'm going the right way, yeah. I like that the arrows tink off your shield too. And it's a different tink sound than when you hit the sword. So nice. You can throw the signs too. And they're also stronger than your sword when you first start out. Kibby class is starting. That's the thing, like, some people, I guess, kind of, I don't know, get elitist about nostalgia stuff. It's like, oh, you weren't there to experience it, you don't know. But it's like, for me, it's like, hey, these guys, you know, like, never got to experience these games, and I can share it with them, I can show it off, I can talk about it. Oh, there's a bomb buried under the grass there. Oh, well, there's no real, like, benefit, from not losing lives in this game, so it's okay. You don't get anything special for a perfect game clearing it, so not a big deal. See, there's even things I forget about. But yeah, it's fun to share these things and share the experience with people who haven't seen it before, is what I was getting at. I don't know, I think I wish that a lot more people would focus on sharing things and being enthusiastic and positive about things rather than getting angry all the time. I mean, again, nothing wrong with being angry or having negative emotions. I understand it. I don't fault people for it, especially with the world being the way it is. But especially with the people who instigate a lot of the negativity and a lot of the hatred and all that, I just wish people would focus more on things that make them happy. I think that the world would be a better place if we did that. If we could share things that we care about and that we love. I know it's easy to say and simplifying things, but it's very draining living like a world where everything is like so cynical and just exhausting all the time. Being able to share things you love, being able to show them off and talk about them, and being sincere and vulnerable, for me that's always been much more invigorating and much more exciting, and that's how I prefer to be when it comes down to it. Yeah, you go in this little house here. 12 years too late for the game experience, but too late for the kibby playthrough. Yeah. I indeed, Sahasrara. Oh, really? Kibby, I'm surprised a young man like you is searching for the Sword of Evil's Bane. Not just anyone can use that weapon. Legends say only the hero who has won the 3 pendants can wield the sword. Do you really want to find it? Yeah. Good. As a test, can you retrieve the Pendant of Courage from the East Palace? If you bring it here, I will tell you more of the legend and give you a magical artifact. Now, go forward to the palace. Okay. So that tells you where to go for the first dungeon. I'm glad you enjoy the yapping too. I mean, honestly, streaming is about yapping. Like I was saying before, like dead air is about the worst thing you can have when you're performing or broadcasting anything, whether it's radio, television, or streaming. So part of it is out of necessity, but also part of it is just genuine enthusiasm. I really love this game, and I love this world, and getting to relive it and re-experience being very young is just so nice. Such a tough angle to get at this guy here. Yeah, limitations of 2D combat. I love these statues too. I couldn't tell as a kid if they were supposed to be like mustaches or hands. I think that with the way they're like protruding, I think they're supposed to be hands or fingers, but it's still very bizarre looking. They've got like a giant nose and like, well, I'll trigger this guy here to wake him up, but I'll show you in a second. I think that like that's supposed to be like a giant nose and a mouth and little feet. It's very, very strange looking. Get some arrows, even though we can't use them yet. Brother said I should play Fire Emblem. I actually do mean to play that. That's on Switch Online too. Also, the first one released in the West on the Game Boy Advance. I think some of the older ones are available too. Maybe only in Japanese, I don't remember. Unfortunately, my Japanese isn't good enough for that. But if nothing else, I will try and play the Game Boy Advance one. It's more of a tactics RPG, right? Which, nothing against that. One of the games that is also one of my favorite games that I'm going to play is Shining Force 2. And that was a tactical RPG also, so it's probably similar to that. These balls are very memorable also. Avoiding them. And then it shoots out a giant one, yeah. Yeah, I do want to play Fire Emblem sometime. It seems like a series I could get into. I just never have. But that means it'll be new to me. I like these little skeleton guys. They're really cute. I feel bad beating them up. Although the ones that are like a slightly like red tint, they'll actually throw a bone at you once you swing at them. So they're a little bit more annoying. I feel less bad about beating them up. Think. There they are. I thought these guys were gonna pop in here. There's something that's really charming about a lot of these games where the AI of the enemies is literally just walking around unpredictably, and you have to avoid them. I don't know why. I find that really charming. You found the compass. Now you can pinpoint the lair of the dungeon's evil master. Oh, this too. I was watching a YouTube video about this, and like, early in gaming history, like, the terminology for a boss, like the big enemy that you would fight at the end of stages, was not like set in stone. It was much more common in Japan for it to be called a boss than in America for it to be called a boss at first. We had it and people said that, but it wasn't a standard thing. Like, master was also a term that they used a lot in early games for bosses, and they used it here. I'd completely forgotten about that. Though when I was playing it as a kid, I just called it a boss. So, I think, can you... No, it's the other way. Yeah, thank you to your brother for giving me the idea about that. I do mean to play that sometime, so it's definitely a reminder to put that on the list. I need to actually, like, revisit my list of games I want to play. I had that on actually an old phone before I debuted. I was coming up with a list of the games I want to play, but I think I just deleted it. I forgot to transfer it over when I transferred my phone. So I'll have to go back and rebuild that. You can't open this chest yet because you need the big key to open it. They kept that for Ocarina of Time also. So I've got to find the big key first. Another thing with the items in the chest too, like, I didn't really know what a compass was, but playing this game for the first time, I was like, oh, there's compasses in Zelda, compasses must be cool. And as a kid, I desperately wanted one. Then I think I actually got one somehow, like a cheap compass, because my parents were like, okay, you know, what the heck? Let's get Kibby a compass. And I was just very disappointed by it because it was boring. I mean, obviously you can only do one thing with a compass. So I was like, oh, okay, well, never mind. I love the kid brain things, like the things that appeal to you. Yeah, you got a key. Did I plan on debuting for a long time? Yeah. I mean, obviously, like, I've been interested in VTubers since Kizuna Ai, back when I first saw them, and I thought, you know, that would be a fun thing to do. I didn't seriously anticipate it, especially back in those days. It wasn't as accessible. There was software to do it, and there were some indie VTubers even back in those days, shortly after. I mean, Tokino Sora started as an indie VTuber, but, you know, it was not as accessible, and you had to, like, have more of a setup and more expertise to know how to do it. So I didn't really see it as a possibility back then. And when I got back into VTubing with Korone and later with Hololive EN, I thought about doing something with it for a long time. And eventually, I found the software that I have now, and the one that I used to make my model. And I thought, hey, you know, this is something I can do. And I kind of kept it on the back burner and was lazy about it. But then one day I was just like, you know, I had kind of hit an emotional rock bottom in my life and gone through a really, really rough patch. And I was like, I have nothing to lose. Let's just go ahead and do this VTubing thing. So I really came up with the concept for this kibby humanoid form. And then I went and I actually made my model, and I was like, I guess I'm doing this. I guess we're finally getting around to this, huh? So that was when I finally actually started doing VTubing and got into my head that this would be a possibility. What did I expect the compass to do? I don't know what I expected the compass to do. I thought it would be like... I guess I thought it would be like more magical, like an actual like magic Zelda item. I was a dumb kid. Or I just had a very, very vivid imagination. I feel better now, yeah. I mean, that was just a very rough time. You know, sometimes you go through transitions in your life where you have to step out of everything you knew before. That was definitely the case with me and what I was going through. So, I don't know. It was rough adapting, and it was rough coming up with, I don't know, a new direction in life. I'm being kind of vague here, but figuring out what I wanted to do and how to move on from a certain situation. But, you know, one thing I've learned too is that people are very flexible and adaptable and able to overcome a lot of situations, even if they're traumatic. And so, you know, it's not been easy. I still struggle with a lot. But at least if nothing else, like, being able to do this, being able to stream and be a VTuber has given me some kind of escape and has given me some kind of connection with the Billows. So you definitely I've definitely gotten a lot out of it, even if it is something I'm still getting used to, even if it is something I'm learning, you know, it's been super valuable to me to be able to have this opportunity. So yeah, I'm still doing well. I'm still adapting and learning. I forgot I can use the bow and arrow now that I've got it. It's a lot easier for beating these guys, because the arrow is also stronger than your sword at the beginning here. Takes a while to draw it though. Phew, that was close. Bill a hug for Kibby. The compass story needs to be clipped. Yeah, maybe I'll clip that too. That's probably a good one to introduce people to me. This room. There we go. You have to step on the right tile. Let's see. I'm glad I can kind of brain off autopilot this game, because I don't know. It's kind of that thing where you're like, if you do drive a car, where you're like driving and then suddenly you're like, oh, I guess I've arrived at my destination. Felt like I wasn't really paying enough attention, but here I am. That's kind of like how playing this game is for me. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I'm halfway through this dungeon. That's not to say I'm particularly good at it. I mean, you'll still see me taking damage and everything, but at least I remember the pathway. Okay. Shooting enemies in the eye is a really brutal thing, but Zelda kind of normalized it. Oh, here's the boss. I love the boss music too, even though it's kind of annoying. Their coordinated dance is also very funny to me. It's cute. Like, these guys are weird cute, but they're also cute to me. I can't explain it. Aye. Not doing so well. You can beat them with your sword too, but it's much easier to use the bow and arrow. Why did they dance like that? I don't know, it's just so cute. I love it. Oops. Yeah, in the last one he gets angry. Ah, missed. There's not even like any actual animation on the sprite either. Ooh, my last arrow, yay. They just hop around menacingly. It's so good. I love things like that. I love old games. They're just so charming. Yatta! We did it! You won the Pendant of Courage. Take it to Sahasrara. 2 pendants remain. I love his name too, Sahasrara. It's very satisfying to say. Aganim and Sahasrala. Yay, so now we just go back to his little hut here. Talk to him. Oh, you got the Pendant of Courage? Now I will tell you more of the legend. 3 or 4 generations ago, an order of knights protected the royalty of the Hylia. These knights of Hyrule were also guardians of the Pendant of Courage. Unfortunately, most of them were destroyed in the Great War against evil that took place when the several wise men created their seal. Amongst the descendants of the Knights of Hyrule, a hero must appear. I see, Kibby. I believe you. You should get the remaining pendants, and carry this with you. This is a treasure passed down by the families of the wise men. I want you to have it. We got the Pegasus boots, Pegasus shoes. Now you can execute a devastating dash attack. Hold the A button for a short time. Your internet died? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you're back. Sometimes streams die too, so hopefully it wasn't on my end. I normally have it running and keep an eye on it, but sometimes I'll look away, so forgive me if the stream dies right away. If that happens, I'll try to hold up until it gets back so we don't miss anything. A helpful item is hidden in the cave in the east side of Lake Hylia. Get it! Okay. With these walls you can bomb them, but if it's weakened enough like this, what I used to call the butt crack walls, as you can hopefully imagine, you can just run into them and that'll break them. There's some stuff in here you can get, some money and bombs. Bombs, you can pick them up and throw them. Press the A button. It was a storm. Oh yeah. It's been raining here today too. I don't think it's supposed to storm though. We've had some nasty storms come through here lately, but today is just rain, so it's not as big a deal. Yay! So now we've got that. I think it tells us where to go on the map next, yeah. It handily marks the locations of the next pendant on your map, so you can just go to it. But he said a treasure was on the east side of Lake Hylia, so I think we can go check that out, actually. I forget what it is, but I think it's maybe the ice rod, if I remember correctly. There's a lot of stuff you can get just by exploring early in the game, even in the older Zelda games. Butt crack walls, yeah. I mean, as a kid, butts are funny, right? And you just kind of interpret these things in a very imaginative way. I can't jump into the water now because actually, like in the beginning of the game, if you try, you just get kicked back out of the water. It won't let you swim, so we'll have to go another way around. Ouch. Let's heal back up, actually. Here in the beginning, when you don't have a lot of hearts, it's easy to take a lot of damage. Kids show called Kick Butowski and butts were very prominent. I think I remember hearing that. I never watched it. It was a little bit, you know, after my time, but I do remember hearing the name. There was Captain Underpants too, which I was also familiar with. I think that started actually still while I was a kid, the book series anyway. I never read it though. But yeah, butts and toilet humor are, you know, very, very funny when you're a kid. Okay. You can actually get a potion too, and put that in your bottle. That's what the bottles are for. Also catching fairies. If you catch a fairy, you can put it in the bottle, and then if you die, It'll resurrect you just like in the newer Zeldas. I think catching the fairies started in this game too. You could have them before, or you could get healed by them before in the old game, the Zelda 1 and 2. But putting them in a bottle for like use later was also a new thing in this game. Yeah, you have to go down this way to get into Lake Hylia. To go around. You can bomb this wall. There's another wall you could bomb too, but I just forgot I had bombs. Well, I can get in there, but I don't have any arrows, so I can't, unfortunately, unless I can... Yeah, you can do that. You can hug the walls and get over, although you might actually die doing that. So, life medicine. Go ahead and use that. It's just a little bit tricky to do that. Aye. This is a pro gamer move, moving over and hugging the walls like that. I think actually a lot of people don't know that you can do that, because it's really kind of tricky to pull off, but you can do it. You just looked it up and it came out in 2010, which honestly sums up why I was watching it, but funny is a little bit... I can imagine. It seems like something that would be really cool, and I would have really liked as a kid. Take some rupees, but don't tell me when I give them to you. Keep it between us, okay? When I was little, a lot of the cartoons, gross out humor was very popular. And I think it started with like Ren and Stimpy kind of cartoons. Where just like, I don't know, having gross stuff like was just very edgy and very like popular in a lot of kids' cartoons, and it obviously it came up, like we had the term gross out humor that we came up with to describe it, right? But I was never into like the gross out cartoons as a kid. It was just a trend that was very popular. A lot of the cartoons I liked, oh, I missed that fairy. A lot of the cartoons that I liked were like cozy cartoons or adventure cartoons. Like I liked the Adventures of Tintin series that came out in the 90s, and Rupert Bear was one that I liked a lot. David the Gnome I also liked a lot as a kid. I liked Muppet Babies, which was like less adventure, but it was like cute. Let's see. Garfield and Friends I liked a lot. This was very early childhood. We also had like Mario and Zelda cartoons, but they were very bad, so I didn't like them. I remember being very confused by how different a lot of them were from the games, especially the Zelda cartoon. The Zelda cartoon was awful. The excuse me, princess. I think the whole series is probably available on YouTube if you want to watch it. They were short cartoons. They were like 10 minutes each because they were originally just a segment of the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. But Link was just not written true to character, and they just wrote him as like this obnoxious like late 80s teenager. I hated that cartoon so much because I wanted it to be good and it wasn't, you know. You found the ice rod. It's chill magic, blast the air, but watch your magic meter. You can go through here, I think. Can you? No, you can't. You can only see it from the other side, that's right. Those creatures reminded me of Maryland since they look like crabs in Maryland. Yeah, there's some crabs in this game. Every single thing you named I've never heard of except Garfield. Yeah, they were pretty old. I think a lot of those cartoons started in like the late 80s, but I was watching it on Nickelodeon, so it was like syndicated and cable at the time. I didn't watch them when they were brand new. Muppet Babies is a fascinating one because they used a lot of clips from movies. Like they use like clips of Indiana Jones and Star Wars and stuff in the actual cartoon itself. It's really weird, but because they had a lot of like licensed stuff like Star Wars and Indiana Jones that's now owned by a bunch of different companies. Licensing for it is really tricky, so they haven't really had any home releases of that show ever. You can't go buy it on DVD or, you know, find it on streaming anywhere because, you know, all the rights to all those clips are so complicated, you know? So, pretty much only the people who saw it at the time when it was airing really remember it. Everyone else is kind of out of luck if they want to watch it. Although I'm sure, like, people have probably uploaded episodes of stuff of it on YouTube. Not legitimately, but it's probably out there. I can't condone it or anything, but, you know, there's ways of finding things. Do I remember when God created the earth? I'm not that old. You saw there were things before me in my lore video, so... I wasn't that early. You know, there can't be smoke without fire. There had to be something before. So... where was I going? I was just having fun exploring, so I kind of lost track. Yeah, I got the ice rod. Oh, there is something actually I need to go get first. Because in the desert... it requires something. I can't actually go this way. No, I can. I can, never mind. I just have to remember where I'm going. That's the one bad thing about your brain going on autopilot. You can forget and you can be like, wait, what was I doing? This is actually an area of the map I feel like people don't explore a lot because there's not really a lot going on down here. So it's really kind of nice to go through a little detour there. There's not really a lot of reason to go there, so people don't go to it a lot. You actually should return to Kakariko Village with the boots. I think I can go on in here too while I'm here. Favorite thing in your lore videos, and you said something about you can call me Smoke God if you're nasty. Yeah. I think I wrote most of that in one go. It was kind of stream of consciousness writing it. I didn't really have to revise it a lot. I kind of had an idea all along of what I wanted to do. Let's see. There's a way you can do this all in one go, and I don't know if I'm smart enough to do it. But we will see. I think I messed it up already. I may have messed it up already. I mean, I can just do it in multiple trips too if I have to, but I just forgot. Maybe I did. I don't know. Let me try this because it's the alternate way of doing it. I think I'll still miss one, but that's okay. Oh, no. I can do it. I can do it. Yay. I got it. Okay, shoo. That's right. Yay, Kibby can do some puzzles. Got performance anxiety. No, that was another puzzle I had trouble a lot with as a kid. I remember, like, when I figured out you could do it all in one go, I was, like, blown away by it. I was like, whoa. I was just doing it wrong the whole time. Let's see. This guy too, you can catch him. I can't believe you caught me. With your speed, it must have been easy to kidnap Zelda. You don't look like such a bad guy though. Anyway, because you have such quick feet, it might be a good idea to run and bash into many things. For example, the trees in this village have many useful things hiding in their branches. Well, just try it, okay? So like, not only do you like come into their village and smash their pots and break and cut their greenery down, you also run into their trees. They all think that you've kidnapped Princess Zelda because Aghanim has told the guards that's why they need to capture you. This is what you needed to get in the library. Yay! You got the Book of Medora. You can use it to read the ancient language of the Hylia. Kibby's so smart. No, it's just, most of this is honestly memory. It's written into my brain, this game. Brother came to ask what Fire Emblem we play and say, I don't know all. Damn, I didn't want to do this to him. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'll probably... It depends on which one I have access to, right? Like, if the older ones are available in English on Switch Online, then I might give them a try. But I also just might start with the first one that we officially had in America, which I think was the one on Game Boy Advance. And I figure that that's... I mean, it was a good place to start for all the Western fans who got into it, right? So if I have to start there, then we'll just start there. Yeah, Kibby, now I'm quarreling with my younger brother. I sealed the door to his room. This is just like so wild to me. One, I love how this guy looks. Like, there's something about him, like with that bowl cut and like the long face and the orange shorts. Something about that, and like the denim jacket. Something about this guy, I really love his design. But also, like the fact that he was having an argument with his kid brother and sealed the door to his room. That's just an insane, like, overreaction. But, you know, he did it, and you can free him. He looks exactly the same. Hey, Kibby, did you come from my older brother's room? Is he still angry? Well, I mean, he sealed the door to your room shut, kid. Like, seemed like you kinda had it pretty rough. If you can reach the goal, and within 15 seconds, we'll give you something good. Ready, set, go. Let me see if I remember how to do this. Okay. See. Yeah, there we go. Easy. This try, your time was 0 minutes 9 seconds. You qualified. Congratulations. I present you with a piece of heart. Yay. So Kid Bro's door too? No, I mean I got in fights with my siblings, of course, had normal quarreling, but we never sealed each other's doors shut. That's continue game. Sorry, I pushed the wrong button. That's a pretty wild overreaction there. I didn't even think about it as a kid, playing this game. I guess because you didn't really process necessarily what you were reading as much. I just saw pretty colors on screen, But as an adult, like, thinking, man, you sealed your kid brother's room shut? Like, that's just ridiculous, dude. Calm down. Like, maybe manage your anger. Here's the Sacred Grove, and this has a nice little flute boy in it. I like coming in here. I think that maybe this is implied to be a Link from another time or something? Maybe I'm getting it wrong. But the flute boy is obviously, like, inspired by Link. And if you get close to him, he fades away because he's a ghost. But yeah. There was no explanation for this, by the way, like, in the instruction book. You just came into this little grove area and there was a kid playing flute that vanished when you got close to him. In older games, there was just a lot that was not really explained very well. They do explain a little bit more of it later, but even then it's not quite at the same level as a lot of modern games would. Will I ever do streams with my family? I don't really plan on it. I mean, if nothing for the simple fact that my family live really far away, and they don't all live in the same place either. I live pretty far from Enra Mama and Enra Papa's house, so it would be really difficult to do a stream with them. I guess I'd have to make them a model too, you know? Also, like, I don't think that they would be as suited to streaming, you know? I think it's great that, like, other streamers can involve their family in streaming and not really worry about it, but I probably would worry a little bit having Enra Mama or Enra Papa come on stream, to be honest. But yeah, they live pretty far away, so probably not a possibility, unfortunately. I just saw someone cut an Umbreon VMAX card in half. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why would they do that? That's not good. Like, even as like a joke, like messing with people, that's rough. Like, man, I don't know. I feel like some people do things like that just for the reaction, of course. I mean, it's the internet, but I don't understand it necessarily. This guy too is really great. Pay no attention to the average middle-aged man standing by the sign. One, he's technically not standing. Two, like, that raises more questions. Leave him alone. Okay. Also, if you do this, if you take his sign, he'll follow you around. Why did you take my sign? It says plain as day to just leave me alone. Sheesh. And he keeps following you. It's so good. You can't enter with something following you. Something. Not a guy. You have to actually go off screen to get him to leave you alone. Oh, I love little things like that. It's so good. Yay. Fairy fountain here. Yay. Okay. Actually, before we go on and go towards the second dungeon, I might take a quick idle meeting. I was getting hydrated before stream and it's caught up to me, so I'll be right back. Chottomatte. I'm back. I was thinking, like, even though, like, I probably won't do, like, a Enra Mama, Enra Papa stream, if I can meet some other VTubers, become friends with them, I would like to do collabs sometime. And I also I'd have to figure out how it works, especially if I do, like, a POV. But doing collabs, I think, would also be fun. It's just gonna, you know, take me figuring out how to do that and meeting people who I can collab with. But I figure something like that will happen in time, probably. I don't have any plans to do that currently, concrete. But it's something to look forward to in the future. Aha! It is the Book of Medora! With it, you can read the language of the Hylia people. This is actually how you find out how you need the book, but I just kind of skip that part a lot of the time. These guys with the hands out too are so goofy. They're called Geldman, and it's actually like in the well, since Ocarina of Time, really, the Geld name has been associated with like the desert in Zelda. So the Geldo, are the name of the desert people in Ocarina of Time, and that's where the name comes from. But technically they're also associated with these weird guys who are like waving their hands frantically in the sand. If you try to read this without the book, it's just like weird symbols. So that's why you need it to actually open the gate to the dungeon here. To open the way to the go forward, make your wish here and it will be granted. And Link just prays. That reminds me too of something really funny in the German, I think, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past guide. There's like an illustration of Link. I mean, this is an official strategy guide, but it's not like officially made by Nintendo. But there's like an illustration of Link with like praying in a Christian church with like a cross and everything. And it's just so out of place. It's so weird too, because back then, especially, like, Nintendo wanted to distance themselves from any specific religious iconography, at least in the West. So to have like Link in a official strategy guide praying in a Christian church is just a very interesting image. Yeah, German mention. Did I already meet some other VTubers? No, I haven't. I mean, I've on Twitter, there's some that I follow and follow back, but, you know, I haven't actually talked to them in person. Really, the only one that's actually like followed me back is a JP VTuber, so there is a bit of a language barrier there. Although they seem very nice, you know. It would be a little bit difficult to actually collab with them, I think, just for the language barrier reason alone. Unfortunately, my Nihongo is not Jozu enough for that yet, so we'll see. I mean, being out there and hopefully building an audience will help with that, to make more friends. It's part of the reason why I did this, you know, to meet people and to branch out. So, I anticipate it'll happen. I anticipate I will meet people. It'll just take time. Okay. Let's take care of these guys. Get some arrows. Get this as also. And get the map. Yay. Lost most of your Japanese over years of not using, yeah. It's really hard to maintain it. I'm not as good as I need to be about practicing Japanese either. I should study a lot more than I actually do. What little I do know is from just periods of a long time studying it, and doing self-study. and most of what I remember is just from that amount of repetition more than like diligent or proper study. I need a key for that door. That's right. Can I get it in here? I don't remember. No, that's just another way out. Unless... Probably not. I don't think there's anything out here. No. I do like this dungeon design though, and there's another one like it later on where you like have multiple entry points and exits to the stage. Little things like that were also pretty new in Zelda design at the time, and dungeon designs in adventure games like this in general. I think sometimes people do forget like how groundbreaking this game was because it came out so early within the cycle of the Super Nintendo. 1991 was like right there at the start, so... There we go. Luckily had the opportunity to learn it in uni. Yeah, I think that's a really good way to learn it, to learn any language. Having structure in language courses, I think, helps me a lot personally. Some people are not like as thrilled with, I don't have the big key. Some people are not as big on like formal language classes for learning language, but for me and my brain, I think it works best when I'm able to do that. Unfortunately, now I'm not in university anymore, so I can't. I wish I had taken it at university, but when I was in university, it was very much not cool to like anime or Japanese culture, and people who did were kind of looked down on. Part of it is my fault for letting that get to me, but I kind of was more concerned with peer pressure in those days and what people thought of me and trying to be cool. So I studied different languages instead. I let my self-consciousness get in the way of doing something that I wanted to do, and I don't recommend doing that. For anybody out there watching, if you're passionate about something, if you want to learn something, or, you know, expand your knowledge of anything like Japanese culture or Japanese language, I definitely recommend you just do it and not care what other people think, because you will regret it a lot longer than you would like a moment of not being cool. You caught a fairy, what will you do? Keep it in a bottle. Yay. So that room's good for that. I think you can go out here actually, but I don't know if there's anything out here. I don't remember. Maybe a piece of heart down here? Yeah. Yay. Birds are kind of annoying. How sad how peer pressure can ruin good experiences. Yeah. I can't go in there yet. Yeah, peer pressure for me like ruined a lot of my experiences. You know, it's understandable, I guess, why people would fall to it. One, it's hard to avoid for anybody. It's hard to say no to peer pressure in general. But for me, like, I had a lot of rough experiences with being bullied and things like that growing up. So, of course, I'd want to be liked. I'd want to have, you know, positive feedback from people. But it's not worth it if you sacrifice yourself, you know. Ultimately, you have to be satisfied with who you are, and like, you know, have that confidence in yourself. What comes from within is a lot more important than what comes from outside, and that way, you know. It lasts a lot longer too. And I had to learn the hard way, you know, to build that self-confidence and that self-respect and self-love, frankly. So yeah. like I said, I recommend if you're passionate about things, let that passion show and don't let other people's evaluation of that influence you. You know, because ultimately you've got to live with it. You've got to live with yourself and what you love. So go for it, I say. You got the power glove. You can feel strength in both hands. You can pick up and carry stones now. This actually was influenced, the name of it was influenced by a Nintendo controller that was in the 80s. It came out, and it was just a glove with like Nintendo gamepad on it. And it was as awkward and weird to use as it sounds. But yeah. They decided to name a Zelda item after it. I don't think it was a particularly successful thing, but it was definitely a thing you could get. It was even in a movie called The Wizard, which was like an hour-and-a-half long commercial for Super Mario Bros. 3. But yeah, it's also a Zelda item. And that lets you pick up these rocks that have like the 8 on them. At least that's how I imagined it. It's the main item that you get from this dungeon. Let's see. Going through here. This has tiles that fly at you, and it's easier just honestly to stay here in the doorway because they can't really get at you. Especially if you hold your sword out. They can't harm you here. You're not alone in calling Link Zelda. Lots and lots of people did that. I think my parents did that too. In a way, it kind of makes sense, you know, like the series is not named after the main protagonist, but a lot of series are, like Mario. Most of them are probably named after the main character, so I can see the logic in it. As a kid, hearing that and a Zelda fan, it kind of drove me off the wall, but I'm chill about it now, and I think it's funny. Yay. Yeah, these early dungeons are pretty short and pretty easy to get through. What? Oh yeah, in this room, ouch. The BMOS are not nice though. In this room you have to light all the torches. Ouch, I didn't think it could get me there. Oh no, you don't have to light all the torches, you can just get a key, never mind. I'll wait this out again. We're already almost to the boss room again. Sorry about the beeping noise, by the way. That is kind of annoying, but unfortunately it does that whenever you're low on hearts. It's kind of annoying. Yay. Easy peasy. Thought there was a heart in one of those pots, but I guess not. I believe there's one of the eye enemies in this room, yeah. Got him. Arrows, magic, heart, there we go. Okay, here's where you need to light the lamps. This is really cool too. I like that wall moving effect there. Oh, alright, here we go with the second boss. Again, the arrows are much easier for this part. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. I keep switching between the D-pad and the joystick also, because I'm using a Pro controller. I prefer like playing games like this with the D-pad rather than the joystick, but my brain, just because I normally use joystick, keeps switching to it, so it's kind of frustrating. I've still got my fairies, so I'm not worried if I lose a life or something. It'll be fine. I'll just go ahead and use my sword on these guys. The arrows are not working too well right now. Even if they're stronger. Ouch. That's okay. Josei-san, fairy, will bring me back to life. Actually, I think of all the early bosses, these ones did give me the most trouble as a kid. They're kind of tricky. Yay. Now only one left. I think he gets angry too. But we were on the last hit, so we're good. Yatta! Second dungeon complete. Tearing up because some of your online friends are planning to do something for your birthday on Discord. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. That's really nice. And your birthday is tomorrow, right? I believe that's right. You told me, and it was either... because of the time difference, I forgot which one it was, whether it was actually today or tomorrow. If it is tomorrow, it's not too far until your birthday. But that's great. I'm glad that you get to enjoy that. I'm glad you got good friends looking out for you like that. That's really nice. Let's see. Now we go all the way up to the top of the map. It's tomorrow? Okay, I'm glad I remembered that right. I try to... I mean, I have a bad memory about things, but I do try to pay attention. Especially with the Billows, you know. I don't want you to think that I'm neglecting you or forgetting things, but... I'm very glad that it's going to be a happy birthday for you. Yay! Actually, I think you can go in here and get a piece of heart. I forgot about it. There's a lot of little things you can do in this overworld before, besides really just going into the dungeons. First you can get some bombs. Need that. This game has me less stressed than the Mario game. Yeah. This game is, I think, very chill. There's not really a lot of super stressful moments in it. The next boss can be kind of stressful. But it's honestly still not that bad. It's a game that, like I said, I can go very brain empty on and just kind of coast through because I remember so much of it. Piece of heart. And here's another thing you can do. If I can grab this fish. I didn't even know about this until, you know, fairly recently. But you can take one of these fish and just carry it, if you can do so without getting hit. Oh, almost got hit there. You kind of got to go a long way, though. You really got to go out of your way to get it, but you can carry it all the way up this way. Let's see. I'll avoid him first. May get by him. I forget exactly what the reward is, but you want to carry him all the way back to Kakariko Village. It's kind of tricky to get around that way. I may go the other way, actually. I think you have to. This is nothing important. It's just a fun little secret that not a lot of people actually know. Because again, nothing in these games really tells you to do a lot of these things. A lot of it is just like intuitive, or you like heard rumors about it on the playground. No. I dropped him, but I picked him back up. Ah! It's really hard to do. Ah, and I lost him. He's in the tree. Can I pick him up? I don't know if I can get him. No, no, fishy, come back. I think he may come back down here. He may. Hold on, we'll see. No, I think he's stuck in the tree. Dang it. I gotta go back down, I think. I want to do that. At least I can pick this up now so I can get back in there pretty quickly. I'm just having fun playing this game, so doing fun things like this is just, it makes me happy. Even if you don't have to do it, it's definitely not integral to completing the game. I just want to do it because I can. When I reach 5 billion subscribers, well, we'll see. Let's get to 10 first. Then we can talk. So much stuff really did, like, spread just via the playground, and so much of it was nonsense, but it was a definite thing back in the day. Every game you loved had somebody talking about it on the playground. Oh. Those were peak my dad works at Nintendo days, or my uncle works at Nintendo. Yeah, I got it. It's tricky to get by him. Okay. He's stuck. Look at him there. I love that. Okay, I think we're in the clear now. Oops, actually I went the wrong way, but that's okay. We still should be okay. That's the hardest part, is getting past them. These guys are a little bit easier to squeeze by. And now you're pretty much in the clear. Carrying this dumb fish. All the way up to Kakariko Village. And all the way up this way to the guy who sells you the bottle. Hey, they say eating fish makes you smart. You had to give me fish for this stuff, okay? Done. He just gives you a bunch of stuff. For no reason. Just if you bring him a fish. And there's no way to know how to do that. Like, there's nothing in this game that ever clues you in on that. You just have to know how to do it. How did I react when Nintendo was created? I was super interested in Nintendo's history. I think, like, as the resident nerd in my class when that was not a cool thing to be, I think I probably did like class presentations, several of them on Nintendo. And I went into the whole history of it, and how it started as like a playing card company like 100 some years ago. And the Yamauchi family, who is the former president, Hiroshi Yamauchi, when in the NES and Super Nintendo days. Yeah. I did deep dives into Nintendo's history when I was young, when we When we first had access to the internet, that is. Let's see. And you gotta go this way next. I want to go up here first while I'm thinking about it. These guys are so goofy looking. Like, look at their like big goofy smiles. I love their sprites so much. It's just so good. I think one of these trees too you can actually hit and it'll spread the leaves. If I remember correctly, was it the one that they're working on? Or I think it's the one that they're sawing down. Like later you can actually get into this tree. What is behind here? You hit your pillow nuts trying to get comfy. Oh, be careful. Yeah, if you fall down into the tree, you can actually get that piece of heart. You just have to get it from the other side. Okay. There's something in their house, their little woodcutter's hut. I don't think so. But I love you can go in their house anyway. Even though there's nothing really in here of note. I love that there's also like a bomb in the shrubbery right outside their house. What else? What else is up here? I forgot. Okay, yeah, the woodcutter's house goes directly into the Lost Woods, which I also forgot about. We don't have to go in here yet, but the music in the Lost Woods is really good. So guys, we will go back in there later though, just not right now. Maybe it was this tree, actually. Oh, no, that one just releases bees. Never mind. Never mind, we'll run away from that. Okay. Good. We do love breaking into houses and causing mischief. This cave is really claustrophobic. Okay. I was pretty sure it wasn't that way. And there's the old man. I don't know who you are, but if you're going up to the mountain, will you take me with you? I lost my lamp, so... Okay, Oji-chan. Watch your step. There are holes in the ground. Could you turn right here? ちょっと待って, 1 second. Okay. Had to check something. Young man, are you also going to the mountain to look for the golden power? Just ahead is a mountain full of monsters. Many people have vanished in the mountain while looking for the golden power. I don't want to steer you wrong, so please don't get too involved in such a bad quest. Thanks for the warning. It's worse that the heart beeping noise is like slightly offbeat. Turn right here. You know, I have a granddaughter who is your age. The king took her to the castle and she never returned. Kidnapping those maidens must be part of the wizard's plot. I'm sure he's trying to somehow use the power of the descendants of the wise men. You'd not want a Grampy that's in a dark cave? Yeah, me neither. Oh, I forgot you can't really run with him either. We can heal up soon, so can avoid these guys. And the boulders falling down. The missing maidens are still alive somewhere. I believe that a hero will rescue them. I wait for that day. These are dangerous times. I talk too much. Anyway, thank you for your kindness to an old man like me. I wanted to give you this. If you wander into a magical transporter, gaze into this mirror. Hey, we got the magic mirror. This mirror is blue, clear, and beautiful. You feel like it's going to absorb you into another world. Okay. And if you go in here, he'll heal you. The wizard has deceived the king, and now he is trying to open his way to the dark world. To complete your quest, you will need the moon pearl, which is in the tower on top of the mountain. All I can do for you now is to comfort your weariness. Come back here anytime. Yeah. It's good that he heals you up, and you can actually choose to start from this house if you die. And to get some more water. I think you can go straight up through here. I forget what is in this little area above his little hut here. I don't think it's anything too special. Rupee. I think just this cave just leads out a little bit further on up the mountain. Okay. Yeah, I think this goes on out a little bit up ahead. There's a lot of little caves here on Death Mountain you can go into, and some of them have items. I actually always forget exactly where they are here. This cave goes back to Kakariko Village, okay. The beeping's made by Snoutlet to piss you off. Yeah. It is kind of really annoying. Even as a Zelda super fan, I've never been a fan of the heart beeping sounds. You can fall down in there, but I don't remember if you do or not to get that heart. That piece of heart, rather. No, you've got to end up on the other side and fall down there to get that piece of heart. These little wormy guys. Very, very annoying. I'll just run past them, actually. Yeah. Like I said, the little caves just kind of lead everywhere and nowhere here on Death Mountain. Was Zelda my childhood crush? I don't know, I think... I had crushes on several cartoon characters growing up. And several characters. I think one of them may have been like the pink Power Ranger. I didn't even watch Power Rangers. I never got into it, but I think I remember thinking she was pretty. I'm trying to think of other ones. I think Zelda probably was one of them. Although back then, like, when I was very, very young, I didn't really understand crushes that much. Yeah, I just didn't really know exactly what I was supposed to feel, I guess, if that makes sense. And now, like, you know, now I'm not like a particularly like romantic person, so I don't really do crushes in general now, at all. But as a very young kid, yeah, I didn't really know what crushes were or how I was supposed to feel about it. I thought that sometimes people just kind of chose crushes just to have them, and so I kind of did that. But there were definitely some characters I was more fascinated in than others. I think probably the biggest one was probably Misty from Pokemon, which was a very common thing for people my age who got into it when it came out. But yeah, at this very early age, I don't really remember too many of them. Yeah, I did not have a crush on Mario, no. I could say that much. I thought Mario was cool. I thought Yoshi was a super cute character. But no special feelings for Mario, unfortunately. Nothing against anybody who does have those feelings. I know a lot of people are like super into Luigi too, so I'm aware of that. I don't share in it, but I support anyone in their endeavors. This is the Dark World, and this is like another thing that this game did that was super cool. It has two maps that are basically identical. But this is like a corrupted version of the light world. And once you go in here, initially, you turn into a bunny rabbit. Why? Because supposedly this land, like, turns you into what is reflected in your heart. And apparently for Link, that is a pink bunny rabbit. There's these weird guys here too. I love how, like, doofy and weird the orange guy here looks.
What do you want? You got something to say to me, silly rabbit? I came here to get the power of gold, but now I'm a freak, and I can't get back to the real world. If only I had the moon pearl from the Tower of Hera, I could go back to my original shape. I've got good reason to be stressed out, so back off. Shoo, shoo.
And he's, like, kicking this little guy around.
Oh, who are you, Mr. Bunny? This world is like the real world, but evil has twisted it.
Oh, my controller keeps doing this. Sorry about that. Broke our immersion for a second.
Oh, who are you, Mr. Bunny? This world is like the real world, but evil has twisted it. The golden power is what changed your shape to reflect what is in your heart and mind. I'm always changing my mind, so I turned into a ball. But if you have a ball called the Mood Pearl, you can keep your original shape here.
This character is actually, like, canonically just called Bully, too. That's his name. Poor little ball guy. He seems to enjoy it, though, so maybe they have some kind of dynamic going on. I don't know. Again, I'm not gonna judge anybody's thing, so more power to them. You have to use the magic mirror here, actually, to get back to the light world. I didn't mean to do that, actually, because you can get that piece of heart, so let me go back. The way these parallel worlds are set up, you have to kind of go back and forth sometimes to solve puzzles. And that's really cool. Yay! And my heart level increased. I don't know if I can get to it, but over on this bridge here, which you can see the land below, which, like, I was super fascinated with as a kid. These trees and clouds in the background. Super cool little detail. Yeah. This also has the weird symbols like before, if you try to read it. So you have to use the Book of Medora. Hold up the Master Sword and you'll get the Magic of Ether. So once you get the Master Sword, you can get a power-up from this. BDSM in Zelda game. Yeah. Something like that. Whatever they've got going on. This is the third dungeon here. It's called the Tower of Hera, which is interesting to me because as a kid I was also into Greek mythology, and Hera is of course like one of the deities in Greek mythology. So in these early days, Zelda was really mixing its mythology and lore with a bunch of like real world stuff in weird ways, which kind of confused me as a kid. In reality, they just didn't really care too much about the lore, and we were just kind of doing whatever. You know, it worked. Okay. These switches, too, also fascinated me. Now I see that they're just kind of like orbs on pedestals, but in my head they were like brains in a jar or something. I don't know why. So I always thought of these switches as brains. Of course, I was into Greek mythology. Yeah. I was one of those kids. Hercules was also a really good movie. I really like the Disney Hercules movie. I think, since we were talking about crushes, I think two of my early crushes in terms of like animation were probably Megara from Hercules and Esmeralda from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. I really like them a lot. I forgot you can't hurt those guys with the arrows. You can knock them down to a lower level, though. And the pots Well, you can also fall to the lower level, but the pots also do hurt them as well. No, I don't have to worry about them. If you time stepping on the switch right, you can have them fall down too. Otherwise, you just kind of got to swing at these guys until you beat them. I don't think there's really a lot we can do in this room yet because we don't have the big key, so... Megra and Esmeralda, you might have a time. Maybe. Yeah, it's possible. You got the map. You can use it to see your current position and the rest of the dungeon. Press X. Okay. Why are there fire-breathing dinosaurs in Zelda? I don't know, but there are. I guess those are Dodongos. They have to be this game's version of Dodongos, but you don't have to beat them with bombs like you do in the other games. Okay. This also has the tiles, but you can't really avoid them in the same strategy, so you kind of gotta find another way to do it. In the corner, I think, is probably the safest bet for these guys. When you come down the stairs, unfortunately, you can't stand in the stairway like you could in through the normal doorways. Yay! And now we hit the brain switch. Oops. Hit it one too many times. Oh, hi, Ash. You had a crush on Sheik? Yeah, that's understandable too. Sheik was awesome. Welcome, Ash. I hope you enjoy your time here. We're just playing a game I grew up on, so I'm kind of like brain empty playing this, so hopefully I don't like ramble too much or say something that doesn't make sense, just because this game is so peaceful to me. I can kind of turn my brain off while playing it. Again, I won't say that I'll play it flawlessly, so I might take some damage here and there, but I'm kind of coasting through this game. That's right. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this dungeon is full of the puzzles with the little switches that you have to hit, and also holes that you had to fall down into. I wonder if I can hit the switch from here. I can't remember. Yeah, you can. Now I have the big key, so we can go back this way. Sheik was a super cool character that they introduced, and I always used to play as Sheik in Super Smash Brothers. Also, when you could actually play as her or him, however you want to gender Sheik. I really liked playing as them. Zelda was my main in Smash for a while. I'm not particularly good at Smash, but I always enjoyed playing as her and Sheik. Although I think they're two separate characters now, right? Or am I wrong about that? I can't remember. It's been a while since I've played Smash Ultimate. Dang it. I didn't want to get the heart beeping started again. There we go. And the compass again, yay. So the moon pearl is actually up there, but you had to fall from one of the holes above to actually get to it. If you try to walk through, it'll just... I mean, there's no way, so... You gotta go around. And up. You've got to find the right hole to fall into, which I believe is this one. Yes, it is. You get the moon pearl. That'll let you stay in the human form in the dark world so you don't turn into the bunny rabbit. So unfortunately, no more Usagi-san for us. Well, actually, there are ways to see the rabbit again later in the game, but only temporarily. Ah. Fell down, didn't mean to do that. I wonder, actually, I think... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I stepped on the wrong place. I think that you can fall into these pots up here, too. These big pots. And I think it'll take you to get fairies. If I remember right. So... I might want to do that here before the boss. Yeah, you just keep falling down. All the way down through the dungeon. Yeah, and there's fairies here at the bottom. Which is good because I think one of our bottles is empty. And we can just heal with the other one. Yay. Actually, is there... I might want to go down and back down and hit the switch first because those pots over there all have hearts in them. Which we may need, because the boss of this dungeon is annoying. He's not that difficult, he's just really, really annoying. So, there's no switch on this level, perfect. Okay, we've got to go back down another level. It's really easy to fall off the stage in the boss room, so... You'll end up having to restart the boss battle over and over again. Okay. Go back up here. I love seeing them falling down the hole. Something about it's so satisfying. Alright, here's the boss. He's very gross looking. And very annoying. If you hit his head, you'll bounce off of him like that. And as you can see, you can fall down into this pit really easily. You have to hit that little windmill on his tail. It's his weak spot. Yeah, see, it's really easy to fall off if he hits you. You don't really go that far, you just go down here to the lower level. But it's just super annoying to have to do that over and over again. I like Sheik because she's basically a tomboy ninja princess who played the harp and spoken poetry. Yeah, I really like Sheik for that too. Just all around, like since playing Ocarina of Time and seeing Sheik, I always wanted to play as her. It's one of those instances where like a minor character shows up in a game and they're cooler than the main character. So I'm really glad that she got added to Smash later on. Okay. Yay, we got him. Okay, only second try, that's not bad. It was kind of a letdown at the end when Sheik turned back into Princess Zelda, actually. Not that Zelda isn't cool on her own, but it's just like, Come on. Like, it's hard to beat Sheik. The outfit, the just a cool aura. It's so awesome. This boss is a great example of artificial difficulty indeed. Absolutely. Hey, got all 3 pendants. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, that boss is not hard, it's just annoying. So now we go on back down to the Lost Woods. I forget, actually, is there anything in here? I forget what is in all these caves, so I'll probably miss something. Oh no, this is how you can go up and get a piece of heart, I think. Yes, it is. Yeah, the Death Mountain caves, I always forget where is what. Kibby, it is I, Sahasrara. You must somehow make your way to the top of Spectacle Rock. From there, you can reach the tower. Okay, we've already done that. Thanks, though. I guess there's no flags in the game to update that little, psychic text box. Alright. And this way goes all the way back down to Kakariko, towards Kakariko Village. Nope, didn't mean to do that. I forgot about that too. It's okay as long as you stop before you actually hit that wall down there. Yay, we're back. You can actually go on into the Lost Woods, I think, from... I think you can get to the Master Sword through this entrance, maybe not. But we can go on in there anyway. You take the pendants here and you can get the Master Sword. There's another entrance that's actually in Kakariko Village. For 100 rupees, I'll let you open one chest to keep the treasure that's inside. What will you do? Yeah, let's try one. We've got 700, so... Okay, well... It was worth a shot. There are little gambling games like that here. Oh, what's this? Is this the Master Sword in its pedestal? No, it's just a fake. You're disappointed when you found it out because it would mean that she wouldn't come back, but nowadays in my fact that she's disguised. Yeah, Mulan sort of vibe. It was a really cool reveal. Like, I remember back when I first saw it, I was blown away. And if any of the Billows watch Game Grumps, when they did their playthrough of it, I mean, obviously we're spoilering Ocarina of Time, we've already spoiled it, but when Danny saw the end of Ocarina of Time when Sheik turns into Zelda, he was like, no way, that was Zelda? But she was a badass awesome ninja. And it's like, yeah. Yeah. It makes Zelda more awesome, but at the same time, we did lose seeing the badass awesome ninja. Until Smash Brothers Melee, that is. Let's see. You can fall through here, actually, too. There are some thieves that kind of hang out in the Lost Woods. And if they bump into you, they'll take your money, so you want to avoid them. I also love the sprite for the thieves, too. Like, their mullet, their grimace on their face. It's just so cute. Something about all the sprites in this game I just really, really love. There's so much personality and like so few pixels. Yeah, I Am Your Father is the Zelda series. Yeah, absolutely. I remember being blown away by it at the time. I can't really think of another twist like that in Zelda, so I think that's a very good comparison, actually. This is the magic mushroom, which I always thought looked like a weird nose. This mushroom smells like sweet rotten fruit. You can give this to anyone who wants it. Hey, here's an old mushroom I found in the woods. What are you gonna do? Love it. Oh, old games. I just love the way they describe things. Yeah, here we go. It's so like Snow White with like the woodland creatures just like running by. And here it is. The Master Sword. Here we go. Oh, it's so epic. Suddenly, Sahasrara contacts you telepathically. Kibby, it is extraordinary that you won the Master Sword that makes evil retreat. With this shining sword, I believe you can deflect the wizard's evil powers. The destiny of this land is in your hands. Please, Kibby. Alright. I love them flying and running by. So cute. Kibby, help! The soldiers are coming to the sanctuary! Hi! Okay, so Zelda's in trouble. This too blew me away as a kid. The way that they did the sunlight coming through the trees. This was also one of the tech demo things with this game where they could do different layers of sprites with different transparency effects. And it was just mind-blowing as a kid seeing this. I love those little touches. I guess we'll go on back out this way we came in. Most don't even try. Oh yeah, yeah. I think the Game Grumps too in their playthrough like blah blah blah. I love that name as a kid too. I think I was just super fascinated by it because it was so different. I think I would name characters Sahasrara. Like any old man character that I would come up with when I was just like playing pretend would be Sahasrara. Kibby's a diehard Zelda stan, yeah. Yeah, this was like since my earliest memories probably I was playing this game. I may have played Zelda 1 first, but this is the game I definitely played most as a kid. Trying to think if there's anything else we can do before we actually go fight Aghanim. Oh, wrong button. I'm sure there is, but like I said, I'm kind of on autopilot, so it's all good. Uh-oh. They got him. Kibby, you are a second too late. I've failed. Zelda, the soldiers have abducted her. They have taken her to the castle. You must find her before the wizard works his magic. Please, you are our only hope. And he disappears. Okay, so back to the castle. The Master Sword is twice as strong as the sword you start out with, and it's longer too, so makes beating the enemies a lot easier. I think that may be... There's one of these graves I think you can fall through that can get back into that one room that I showed you earlier with the bombable walls that you can run into. But I forget exactly. I figured that out like way later than when I started playing it, so I could be totally wrong about that. The mushroom that we got though, we can do something with it. There's a potion shop up here. And we give it to, I think we give it to the witch. The smell of rotten fruit. If you give me that mushroom, I can finish my brew. Mushroom, hehehe. Oh, I've got to present it to her, I think. Thank you, young man. Come back to the shop later for something good. Hehehe. I think you might just have to go off screen and then come back. Want to avoid that guy? Thank you, young man. Come back. Oh, maybe not. Oh, here it is. You got the magic powder. Yay. Sprinkle on enemies and other things. So that's a good thing to have. Especially because there's an enemy that if you sprinkle magic powder on it, it turns into a fairy. So in dungeons that can be very, very useful. Did I also like Link Between Worlds? Yes, I did. It was very cool. I think I said it earlier, but it was very cool seeing this world in 3D also. For me, that was a very emotional experience. Growing up, like, being so familiar with this world, being able to see it in 3D was awesome. I really liked Echoes of Wisdom, too. The Sanctuary has the coolest Zelda song? Yeah. I like the Sanctuary theme song, too. Really, all of the music in this game is very, very good and very memorable to me. Echoes of Wisdom isn't exactly the same world, but it's definitely at least based on A Link to the Past. So it's still very, very familiar, and seeing places also made me emotional in that game. Where was I going? I want to go back to the castle, so we can go down this way. In the light world, he's called the priest. In the dark world, he's called the philosopher. That is interesting. I never thought about that, but yeah, I guess that's true. Huh. I like little details like that, though. I've been nerding out about this game. Yoon will tell you that I've just been spouting off all kinds of random stuff about this game, so I live for all kinds of little knowledge tidbits like that. Okay. Let's go back in the castle now. I always love that you return here. And you can explore more of it now. If I can remember where to go. Yeah, you could just go out here on the balcony. Which you could before, you could get out here before. But there's a magic seal blocking the rest of the dungeon, so you just swing your Master Sword at it, and it lets you in. Nerd moments were peaked this stream. As long as they're enjoyable, that's what matters. I love these ball and chain guys, too. The blue and yellow is a nice palette. Being able to spam beams with the Master Sword is also very nice and very useful. Yay. Anything else in this room? I don't think so. Okay. Oh, wrong button. I wanted to get the map. Or the lamp, actually, not the map. Okay. I can light these lamps. That's what I wanted, the key. I like that all of a sudden the Keys and Hyrule Castle are these weird, like, eyeball-looking things. Just out of nowhere. The rest of it is just still normal soldiers, but for some reason the Keys are all weird eyeball things. It's not even the dark world, this is still the light world, so... Miss the compass story. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not terribly complex, but when I was a kid, I didn't really understand what a compass was. I just knew it was an item in Zelda. And so I guess, like, my brain thought compasses were these super cool things, and I wanted one. And my parents were probably like, why do you want a compass? But they got me one, and I was very disappointed at the end result. Because I was like, oh, this doesn't actually do anything interesting. It just tells me where north is. But that's how it is when you're a kid, you know? I forgot what that does. But yeah. That's the long and short of it. I wanted a compass, but I didn't know what it was. When you're a kid, you just imagine everything to be, you know, bigger and greater than it actually is. Which is a double-edged sword. I think also in the next Zelda game that came out, Link's Awakening, you could get different instruments as part of the story, and one of them was a triangle. And for some reason I thought that was the coolest instrument in the game, so I wanted a triangle, and my parents got me one. And I was, again, very disappointed at the end result. I was like, what is this? It only makes one sound. The thing is, I'm not musically inclined at all. I wish I was. So, as far as instruments go, that was probably the most appropriate instrument for me to get. It just was not a great one. So yeah, that was how Kibby was as a kid. Triangle Boy Kibby. Yeah, I had one. I don't know what happened to it. I probably lost it and wasn't too torn up about it, but... Let's see. Lock in here to dodge this guy's little pitchforks. Okay. Now I think this is... not this room, maybe the next room? We're very close to Aghanim anyway. I love how Enra Mama and Enra Papa are like, alright, get the boy what he wants, yeah. When they could, they normally would entertain my weirdness. Aha! Kibby, I've been waiting for you. I was hoping I could make Zelda vanish in front of your eyes. Behold, the last moment of Princess Zelda. Ho ho ho! With this, the seal of the 7 wise men is at last broken. It is now only a matter of time before evil power cover this land. After all, the legendary hero cannot defeat us, the tribe of evil, when we are armed with the power of gold. Ho 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 ho! Now I must go! Well, that's a lie, because if you do it with Zelda, you at least have a musical ear. Koji Kondo teaches you the basics in OOT, you gotta memorize songs by notes and stuff. Yeah, it is true. I think, I mean, I did for a while sing karaoke, and I was told I was pretty good with it. I had no musical training. Part of the problem actually is because I didn't have any training, I sang with the wrong technique, so it kind of messed up my throat. But I will say that I'm not totally tone deaf. I don't really know much about playing musical instruments. I could probably learn. It would just take a lot of time. But I think Zelda does definitely give you an appreciation for music. Remember when I said cutting these curtains is a cool thing you can do? It actually does come in handy in some places because that's how you get to Aghanim. Oh, so? You mean to say you would like to be totally destroyed? I love this line so much. This is like one of the things that's always stuck in my mind. Oh, so you mean to say you would like to be totally destroyed? I wish I could like reference that in day-to-day conversation, but people probably wouldn't know what I was talking about. Well, I can make your wish come true. One thing I was also going to show you with the bug catching net that you can do, even though you have to get the Master Sword, the bug catching net also reflects his blows back to him, which it's not supposed to do, but it does. It does. It's probably more accurate to use the sword, though. I'll try to lock in because I was just kind of goofing around to show you that. You can only deflect that kind of attack back at him. The other ones don't exactly work. Like that, it'll just split into different little particles. And when he goes up here, he's going to shoot lightning at you. Ah, it's too close. Yay. Just a little more. Another thing about Kid Brain making everything super dramatic, this was like incredibly like dramatic and epic as a kid, getting to the top of the tower and fighting Aghanim like this. He takes more hits than I remember. There we go. Roar! Well met. Like the true hero that you are. But I'm not ready to admit defeat yet. I will draw you into the dark world. When's the album coming out? Well, I don't know. I've said before that I thought about doing karaoke streams, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be honest. I'll try maybe one of these days, maybe with songs that aren't too hard to sing, but my throat doesn't hold up very well singing for a very long time, so we'll see. We'll see about doing karaoke streams. Kibby, it is I, Sahasrara. I am communicating to you across the void through telepathy. The place where you now stand was the Golden Land, but evil power turned it into the Dark World. The wizard has broken the wise men's seal and opened a gate to link the worlds at Hyrule Castle. In order to save this half of the world, the Light World, you must win back the Golden Power. You must also rescue the 7 maidens, who Aghanim sent to the Dark World. As members of the bloodline of the 7 wise men, they have power that will surely help you. The maidens are locked in hidden dungeons, full of evil creatures and dangerous traps. The Palace of Darkness should be your first goal in this world. Kibby, I can rely on only you. Please make this old man's wishes come true. I beg you. Nice. I use obscure references most people don't get to. My username is a lesser known Twilight Princess character. I thought that was a Zelda reference in your name, Ashe. I liked her a lot too. Twilight Princess is aesthetically one of my favorite Zelda games. I really like, if they release like the HD on Switch, I might actually replay it because I like to revisit that game every once in a while. I don't have my Wii anymore, otherwise I would just play it there. But it's a great game too. I really love that. Let's see. This too, this like pixelated mountain background. So good. So good. I think too, these statues here are supposed to represent Aghanim. But as a kid, I really couldn't understand what they were supposed to be. That thing that's supposed to be like the turban on his head, I used to think was like a nose and a mouth. And I was just very confused at what those were supposed to represent. But I think that that's supposed to be like a condensed version of Aghanim with his hands in the air. But yeah, I wasn't able to make out what it was supposed to be at all as a kid. There's something up here, maybe. Yeah, a piece of heart. So now we're in the Dark World. And we have to find the crystals of the maidens that had been sealed away. And maybe save Zelda while we're at it, so... I forget, does it show you right off the bat where the crystals are in the Dark World? Well, it shows you where the first one is, at least. Okay. I knew where to go, but I didn't remember if it showed you right off the bat. It's basically in the upside-down version of where the first pendant was. I like these little goblin tiles, too. They're pretty cool. Ouch. Okay. Alright. I like this little shrub guy. You're new here, aren't you? Did you come here looking for the power of gold? Well, you're too late. It will obey only the first person who touches it. The man who last claimed the power of gold wished for this world. It reflects his heart. Yes, I came here because of greed for the golden power, and look what happened to me. To restore the Golden Land, a person worthy of the golden power must defeat the man who created this place. Until that time, I'm stuck in this bizarre shape. But what a mischievous thing to leave lying around, the power of gold. Triforce. This game, I think, also had the Triforce in like 3 pieces for the first time? No. That was in Zelda 2, that's right. In the first game, there were... it was called the Triforce, but there were only 2 of them for some reason. And in the second game, there was like a tattoo on Link's hand that had the Triforce in 3 pieces for the first time. Yeah, the dark and mature aesthetics are the best. If they gave Twilight Princess the Metroid Prime Remastered treatment, it would be like playing a movie or something. I agree. I really love Twilight Princess. I know that for some people it's divisive, but I think that that game was excellent, and the vibes in that game were just super cool. They made that game because, like, a lot of people in the US were not really happy with the Wind Waker when it came out. They thought it was too kiddie, which was dumb, you know, but I guess that was just the perception of Nintendo in the early 2000s. Oh, they make games for babies. But regardless, we got 2 very distinct, very good games out of it, so I guess it turned out okay. I appreciate both games as they are, but I think out of the 2, Twilight Princess is probably more my favorite than the Wind Waker. I love them both dearly, but if I had to choose, you know. Thinking of this game too, back in the day, a lot of the lore for video games and the stories would just be printed in the instruction books. So I used to read instruction books all the time when I got bored as a kid. But in this one in particular, at least in the English version, I can't really speak for other versions. They had like this little blurb that said Ganon's name was like Ganondorf Dragmire or Mandrag Ganon, I think. And that's just totally not true. That was something that the localization team made up for this game. And it's not true at all, but for whatever reason, they decided to give Ganon this non-canon last name. But there was no way to verify that, right? Like, we didn't know. And the internet was not a big thing back in those days. So for a long time, I thought that that was accurate, and it turns out, nope. Just something made up. I'm Kiki the monkey, Kiki. I've got to do a better voice for him. I'm Kiki the monkey, Kiki. I love rupees more than anything. Can you spare me 10 rupees? Yeah, give him 10 rupees. Kiki, Kiki, good choice. I will accompany you for a while. Okay. Let's see. You've got to bring him up here to the dungeon entrance. If you give me 100 rupees, I will open the entrance for you. Well, not much choice. Good choice, then I get 100 of your rupees. Kiki the capitalism monkey. I like too that the statues here are just like Dark World gorillas. For some reason. You don't see any gorillas anywhere else in the game, but for whatever reason, the statues here are that way. Oh well. We've got fairies. There are fairies elsewhere in this dungeon too you can get, if I can remember how to get them. It's easier to beat those guys with pots at first. Speaking of made up, do you know about Zelda Hero's purpose? I'm not sure what exactly that was. It sounds familiar, but maybe my brain isn't connecting it right now. I probably know what you're talking about, or probably have heard it, but it's not coming to mind right now. Probably because I'm on brain empty mode playing this. I did mention that earlier in this game when you are in the sewer, or when you're going into Hyrule Castle first time and your uncle says to you, Link, Zelda is your... Originally, I think it's supposed to be, Link, you are our last hope, or something like that. It's an odd translation error that they had made. But it had a lot of speculation around it when, you know, we weren't aware of that, because people were thinking, oh, is it saying that Zelda is your sister, or, you know, what is it hinting at? It doesn't help too that Japanese is a contextual language, and they always often leave out parts of sentences. So it was vague written in Japanese, but even vaguer when they tried to translate it into English, is what I was trying to say. The little, like, turtle shell enemies there, I think, like, my grandmother had, like, an ottoman, like, that you would, like, rest your feet on when I was a kid. And for some reason, these enemies always reminded, like, of my grandmother's ottoman. So I would just see a walking ottoman walking around, even though I think it's supposed to be just like a turtle shell. Okay. You can fall off there too. Okay, there we go. Had to lock in for a second to get rid of those guys. Seeing as a Zelda geek, you definitely need to know about this. It's a fan-animated series about the hero time became the hero shade, but like a studio-level quality. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think I may have heard of that, but I haven't seen it. I do need to go back and watch it. Some of the lore around Twilight Princess, especially with the hero shade, is some of my favorite in Zelda. So I definitely do need to check that out. I'll make a note of that. I mean, I'll see it in the chat later, but I'll definitely make a note to check that out too. But yeah, I think I had heard about that. It's just been a while, so thank you for reminding me of it, actually. I love how you always connect things to other things. I mean, that's just how my brain works. That's just... that's just being neurodivergent, I guess. Your brain always, like, goes a million miles an hour. And then, like, you always make self-referential things. It's a little bit... I wasn't fast enough there. Let's see. It's to fill up air, too. Streaming, you kind of have to make it interesting however you can. And I'm just fortunate that the Billows really enjoy hearing about my random tangents. Otherwise, I'd be kind of screwed. There we go, yeah. The floor starts falling away there, so you kind of have to run. Another compass, yay. There we go. These enemies are the ones that you can sprinkle the magic powder on, if you can actually get them, and it'll turn into a fairy. Try to position myself. There we go. Yeah. If you sprinkle the magic powder on them, then you get a fairy, which is very useful. They're actually called anti-fairies. I didn't really make the connection that sprinkling the magic powder on them would do that until much later. But when I did figure that out, I was like, whoa, mind blown. Okay. Here's another fun, dark maze room. There's quite a few puzzles like this, quite a few little mazes like this in the game, I think. For some reason, they really loved this exact format. Okay. I think that's a bombable wall. Yeah. And this is the big key treasure chest, but I don't have the big key yet, so I need to get that. I must have missed that somewhere. I have to backtrack and see where it is. It's on the compass. I could look at the map and see, but... well, that just tells you what a treasure chests are. Never mind. I'll figure it out. There are some things that I've forgotten in this game. Oh, I missed the door down here. That's what I missed. Duh. It was just me being blind. Billows are always eager to listen. Well, I'm glad. I'm very glad, especially when they have no knowledge on anything. Yeah, that's really what I love about, what? Oh, okay, that's just how you get back. Never mind. Okay. That's what I love about playing this game with you guys, is that I know that there's going to be some people who never played it, and getting to experience it the first time, getting to show it off in the same way that it was for me when I first played this game is really, really cool. As a streamer, like, that's one of the unique experiences you get to have. I think you have to bomb that, actually, and fall down. Yeah. But I don't have a key, so... Dang it. There we go. Now I just have to do it again. There's some other games that I want to play that I grew up with too. I kind of want to balance it between, like, you know, games that are new to me that I can experience for the first time and have it be interesting in that way, but also games that I want to show off and just share my enthusiasm for. And I also don't want to do too much of the same series at once, so I'll try to split it up and try to keep my content interesting that way. But I do definitely want to show off more games that I really loved as a kid. There we go. That's the big key. Yeah, like I said, even though, like, I can be on autopilot for a lot of this game, there's some things that I might need to, you know, re-jog my memory on. Because I actually haven't played this in a couple of years. It's been a while since I've actually replayed this. But it's always nice to come back to. I always enjoy it. It's just a very chill experience. I don't want to deal with these guys, so I'll just spam them. There we go. The wrong button. There we go. Yeah, that series connects all the games, dives deep into Link and endorsed character, and has stunning animation. It's made by one guy, and the latest episode is 1 hour long. It's not even the last. Just sits there on YouTube collecting dust until more fans hear about it. Yeah, I will definitely give that a look after stream, I think. Because I've heard about it before, but I just never got around to it. That's another thing that my brain is bad about, is just forgetting about things. So I sometimes need to be reminded to check out things. Gotta love ADHD. Let's see, go back around down here. I think it's up this way, yeah. Yay! Got the magic hammer. You can drive the wooden stakes down into the ground. You can use it to pound on other things too. Fun fact about this, in the Japanese version, it's actually called the MC hammer. I'm serious, it's actually called that. And it's a very clear indication of the time when this game came out that they would make that reference. I think that they may have updated it to the magic hammer in, like, later releases of this game, obviously, because that's an extremely dated reference. But yeah, in the original 1991 release of this game, that item was called the MC hammer. I tweeted about it, I think, and you may have seen it, Yoon, but it was probably about 2 weeks ago. I was sitting in my car, and I heard somebody blasting, "You can't touch this," which was a surreal experience because I probably had not heard that song since the 90s. And I kind of had to be like, wait, are we serious right now? Are we actually doing this? It's just very, very much a product of its time, I guess. There's nothing down here. I couldn't remember if there was anything else we could do with the hammer down here, but I guess not. Zelda lore is one of those things that's like a little bit frustrating because the community is way more into the lore than Nintendo actually is. I mean, for a long time, people had theorized about the timeline, and I kind of feel like Nintendo was one day kind of like, okay, yeah, you want a timeline? Here it is. And then they gave us one that didn't really make a lot of sense. So they've never been as concerned about the lore as the fans have, and wanting to unify it and have it all be a thing that makes concrete sense. Actually, yeah, this is right, this is right. But the fan projects and the Zelda VTubers, not VTubers, YouTubers that go over a bunch of the lore, they make some really cool stuff out there. And Zelda fans are passionate, if you can say one thing about us. You honestly laughed when you read that tweet? Yeah. It was an appropriate tweet for an OG-san to make, huh? These guys are tricky. You've got to time them walking into the arrow. Dang it. The green ones aren't as bad, but the pink ones, when you look at them, they breathe fire, so gotta kind of do this right. They walk in the opposite direction of the way that you press, so... Man, this is giving me vibes of playing Mario and Luigi last night and trying to, like, look at the camera while I was trying to control Mario. A separate camera viewing me from another perspective. Especially doing that on a 10-hour stream. It was extremely disorienting. Here's another brutal eye shooting moment. I just love that Zelda has popularized that mechanic. If you see a big eye, shoot it. Here we go. These little whack-a-mole guys are so goofy too. Just endlessly popping up and down. For a while I questioned, is that the intent? Did they actually intend like whack-a-mole with these guys? But I think so. Because that's how they work. Yeah, you can just pound them all down. You're still shocked that this game had 10 hours worth of content in its final yeah. Mario and Luigi Brothership, yeah. I really thought that I was getting near the end, but I think again it was just mostly the pacing. RPGs do that sometimes, but it was very odd there at the end. Dang it, do I not have a key I need? I thought I did, but I guess not. They really draw out that final section a lot. Oops, almost got hit by that. What am I missing? Probably have to get up there, I think. And there's a way to do it, I just don't remember. I'll have to figure it out. Lovely. I'm stuck here. Okay, well, we'll just go buy them. Oh, that worked. No clip. Nice. Okay. So that room over there. Okay, you should be able to get into it, maybe. I don't think I actually have the map. I think I just have the compass. Come to think of it. There's nothing through there to get another key. Maybe I missed something once I got the hammer. It's possible. I don't have to fall down there, do I? I don't remember. I don't think so. No, this just takes you to this room. Okay. Oh, you can go this way. Forgot. There we go. That's one way to go. It's not bad for the first dungeon to give me kind of a, you know, brain fart moment where I forget what I'm doing. I have a general idea of where to go, usually, but every single detail, there's going to be some that I forget. Okay. Yeah, here we go. All right. Here we go. That's how you get there. And there's the map. There should be a key in this treasure chest, I think. Yeah, there we go. That's what we were looking for. And another wall we can go through here that has fairies. Nice. I think we're good on fairies though. No, we got one empty bottle, so we can fill that up. I like how the fairies look in this game too. They're very cute. Oh, now we're ready to go through this area. Okay. There we go. Yeah, now we can get through here. I think we're pretty close to the boss too. The Dark World dungeons are longer than the Light World ones, but they're still not terribly long by, you know, modern game standards. Turtle Rock, though, one of the later dungeons, is a real pain in the butt. And also the one that I told you that had the puzzle that I have never been able to do legitimately. So, Once we get to those dungeons, it'll probably take a little bit longer. One of the things that I really liked about older Zelda games, and I guess they tried to do it again in Tears of the Kingdom, and they did an okay job. I like Tears of the Kingdom a lot. It's probably overall one of my maybe my favorite Zelda game overall. But the vibes in each dungeon in Zelda and a lot of the older games were just great. They all had a very unique kind of thing going for them, and they were all very memorable. So I always really loved that about the older Zelda games. They all had a lot of personality. A lot of the dungeons had a specific theme. Oh, here's Helmasaur, the boss. You have to like chip away at his mask. His little weird fireballs. He's kind of cute in a way. I think it's so satisfying, like watching the mask chip away too. I'm about to die. Oh, it's okay. That's what we got the fairies for, right? You can also blow it up with bombs, I think, which is probably easier. There we go. And then once he's weakened, or once he has his mask off, you can damage him. Ay, ay, ay. Ah, I went right into it. Never mind. There we go. Yatta! We got it. Yay, and we got the first crystal! We're making really good progress to this game. I mean, like I said, I kind of know it pretty well, so I'm not terribly surprised, but as a kid, this would have taken me way, way longer. Kibby, because of you, I can escape from the clutches of the evil monsters. Thank you. This world used to be the Golden Land where the Triforce was hidden. But because Ganon, the boss of thieves, wished it, the world was transformed. I'm sure he's intending to conquer even our light world after building his power here. He is trying to open a larger gate between worlds, near the castle using our powers. But the gate is not open completely yet. If we 7 maidens come together, we can break the barrier around Ganon's hiding place. I will tell you where the other girls are held. I believe you will destroy Ganon. I will return to my original form at that time. Do you understand? Yes. May the way of the hero lead to the Triforce. I also want to say that all the time too. May the way of the hero lead to the Triforce. Okay. And she actually is the one who tells you where all the other dungeons are. So she marks it on your map where to go and in what order you're supposed to go in. Although, like I said, you can sequence break some of them. You don't necessarily have to do them in order. There are some that you do, but others you can kind of cheese it and get through and do the wrong way. So next is a dungeon that we actually have to... I think we may have to do something in the light world and the dark world to get into it. There's a lot of puzzles like that in this game where you have to do something in the light world and it affects the dark world and vice versa. You really like Blind the Thief's design? Yeah, you've seen Blind the Thief's design. That was a really surprising boss as a kid, going through that dungeon. Because you did not expect it to end the way it did. I think that's one of the ones that you can sequence break into. I think you can do it super early. You may be able to do it as a second dungeon, but I don't remember 100%. I'm not sure if you need the hook shot for it or not. I know that speedrunners know all the details of what you need and everything, but off the top of my head, when I'm just brain empty playing the game, I can't remember. Ouch. It is a little bit hard to aim the sword sometimes. But we're headed now. Forget, is this also a fairy fountain? Yes, it is. We're headed now down towards the swamp where he found that fish. And that should be the entrance to dungeon number 2. Some of these trees too, the ones that look like they have eyes, if you bump into their snout, some of them will actually talk to you. But there's only a few of them that do, and I can't remember exactly where they are. These stakes, these little posts, you can hammer them down also with the magic hammer, which is really satisfying. Let's see. I do kind of forget where everything is, so we can just explore a little bit. Just kind of see where we can get to in the dark world. Oh, it's just another shop. You can get an updated shield in one of the shops too, which helps. It's a little bit bigger. I think it protects against more things. Those things will eat your shield though. I think they're supposed to be likes, but it's a different design in this game. They're also only in the dark world, so who knows what they actually are. I think all of the enemies have official names, but even I don't remember all of them. Like, I know this bomb-throwing guy has an official name, but I really don't remember what it is right now. I'd remember if I see it, but off the top of my head, I'm drawing a blank. Your house in the dark world is just a bomb shop for some reason. Later it comes in handy, but right now it just sells regular bombs. And that way is the way to get to where Blind the Thief is, that you mentioned earlier, Yoon. This wall, just like in the light world, you can bomb it. Take some rupees, but don't tell anyone I gave them to you. Keep it between us, okay? I've already got like almost max rupees, so that didn't really help me very much. I might save those until later, because I think they're all rupee chests. And I can't really get any more rupees than that. Let's keep calling him the bomb guy, yeah. I don't know if there's really another name for him. Through here, I think there's a secret. There's a hint that they want you to do something here, so... I like how many people have recently been joining us, too. Oh no, never mind, there's just a rock there, but... yeah. Oh, okay, so I guess that's just a portal in of itself, never mind. Yeah, I like how many people have been joining us, too. I think that, you know, hopefully we'll keep growing and hopefully getting more Billows in here, because I love talking to you all. I love all of the conversation I get to have with you guys. and sharing these experiences with as many people as possible. I'm not terribly worried, like I said, about being famous or big name or anything, but just being able to get to spend more time with you guys and meeting more people, that is something I've wanted to do this whole time too. So, you know, hopefully we'll continue to grow and have more fun. Yeah, what you had to do in the light world, you actually need to be able to swim, I think, to beat this dungeon. So I might have to go back and get the flippers first. Okay, I'm remembering things. But you changed the water level in the light world, and it also affects the dark world. And that was another, you know, mind-blowing thing as a kid, playing a game like this for the first time too, because it has these two then massive parallel worlds, and what you do in one affects the other. Wow. Amazing. So let's go ahead and go to the light world, because we'll need to do that first. And where's the quickest way to get there? I think it's just straight up, maybe. There's an area we need to go to be able to swim. And it's up near where the potion shop was. You're counting the seconds until membership watch along streams. Well, I don't necessarily have to do those in membership. It definitely would be a perk if we get to that point. I'm going the wrong way. But I do want to do them, absolutely. I think I was mostly planning on saving them until then, because I want to make sure we have more Billows, just so, you know, I feel like I have enough to talk about. Same thing with like the Zatsudan streams. Like, nothing wrong with having a one-on-one conversation with somebody, but, you know, if it's just one viewer, you know, you might, you know, run out of things to ask me for you to talk about too. So for both of us, it's normally better if we have like more people who can join in and contribute. That way we can get a bunch of different people asking questions or just giving feedback and chatting. And it helps to keep conversations going a little bit longer. But I'm definitely not opposed to doing things before we necessarily hit that membership threshold, you know? It's just a matter of enough people to make it interesting, I think. Thinking of doing some fan art as Link and Charlie as Zelda. That's okay. Don't worry about, like, draining yourself to do anything. You know, if you've got to focus on exams or school, by all means do that. But anytime you want to share some art, even if it's after we finish a game and you want to do a certain theme of art, feel free to do that. I'd be more than happy to see it. I appreciate all you guys do. It makes me just as happy anytime I see it, so... But by all means, I do understand obligations, so focus on those first. I don't want to be the reason why you fail your exams or anything like that, so... Oops, wrong way. Okay, it's up this way. Just gotta walk in the shallow water and not touch the deep water, or else you'll just flop in. Anything up here? I can't remember. No, not really. But I think down this path there may be a piece of heart we can get to. Somewhere around here, maybe? Maybe not. Oh well. I saw it, but I'm not sure how to get to it. Okay. You'll be the reason why you pass them? I hope so. You'll Google things two introverts can talk about? There we go. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I honestly, I haven't put as much thought into like the watch-along streams yet and the Zatsudons, just because I figured that would come at a later time. But we'll definitely find a way to do them one way or another. I know like there are small VTubers that do them, and maybe I just need to watch one of them as an example. But this is all still kind of new to me, so I just have to figure it out. Wahaha, what do you want, little man? Do you have something to ask me? I just dropped by. Just saying hi. I want the flippers. Wahaha, don't think I just give flippers away for free. I sell them for 500 rupees a pair. What do you do? Quit after all. Nah, I'm good. No, I'll pay it. We gotta have them. Wahaha, one pair of flippers coming up. I'll give you a free bonus with your purchase. I'll let you use the magic waterways of the sea folk which links lakes and rivers. Once you see a whirlpool, dive into it. You never know where you'll surface. Wahaha. I keep Googling stuff you mentioned, my brain horizon gets bigger. Hey, if you love doing deep dives, then, you know, I'm happy to provide things to look into. Maybe we can get to the piece of heart now. I think we can. You may just need to have the flippers to be able to do it. I know there's some way over there, but I just don't remember exactly where it is. Yeah, there's the piece of heart there, but I don't remember exactly how to get to it, so... It's probably this way. There's a waterfall there. No. Some waterfalls, or at least one waterfall, you can just like straight swim into. But it's not that one. I know you can get up there. I'm not going to tear myself up trying to do it, but I just don't remember exactly how. Oh well, we'll come back to it. It's not that important, so... Maybe that's a thing, like, once we take a break, whenever I decide to end this stream, that's the thing we can come back to next stream. It's not an urgent, pressing matter, and we can always come back. You can swim into that waterfall. Mysterious pond. Won't you throw something in? Throw an item. Did you drop this? Yes. Don't drop it again. I actually didn't mean to throw that item. I meant to throw something else. I think what you can get here. Let's throw the... Where is it? Let's throw the boomerang. Did you drop this? Yes. I like an honest person. I will give you something better in return. So now we have the magical boomerang. It goes faster and farther. Yatta! Completely optional item, you don't have to get it at all. But it's nice. And one of those things that you would never know about unless you just know about it. Or stumble across it. The little whirlpools are teleporters too, so they take you kind of all over the map. I forget what's here. Maybe just a straight fairy fountain? Oh, this is Pond of Happiness. Yeah, let's throw 20. Okay, have a little luck. You can bomb this wall, I think. There's probably fairies in there, actually. In which case we can refill our jars. Yeah. Okay, I think we only have 2. Yes, we do. Oops. But yeah, now that we have the flippers, we can explore anywhere in the water. And speaking of, I think there might be something we can get. Is it there? Yeah. I think we can get something else now. We just go on and explore. Up this way. And around this bend here. And go under. You made a meme? Do we have meme hashtags? I don't remember. I think we did actually, but I might have forgotten it. I might have to look at my debut stream and do that. But yeah, you can probably put it under Enraibu, and I'll see it, the live stream hashtag. I should have remembered my own. Chotomate. Let me see, actually, I can pull that up real quick. While I'm here, I can probably do that. Streamer forgetting his own hashtags. Let's see. It's on my Google Slides presentation that I did. Okay, now Google's asking me to sign in. You're Chotomateing? Okay. Sounds good. Alright, let's see, where is it? Oh, wait, chotomate. Okay. Here we go. I've gotten back to it. Let's see. Meme, yeah, Kon'Enra. That's what it was. I'll type it in the chat, actually. I thought I had made one, but I had forgotten it. Let me type it. There we go. I should probably, like, add that to my Twitter. Like, I'll put out a new tweet that has all the hashtags and maybe the Billow fan art, and I'll pin that one. Right now I've just got the Billow fan art, but we can add that onto the list of hashtags because that would be a good reference. I think when I debuted, I didn't actually expect anybody to watch me, so I just maybe forgot to add that. But I'll go ahead and I'll put it on my Twitter profile. But yeah, where we are now, we can go up to this guy sleeping under the bridge. Again, something that the game doesn't tell you to do. And talk to him. Yo, Kibby! You seem to be in a heap of trouble, but I guess this is all I can give you. And he just gives you a bottle. So now we have 3 bottles. You'll go use it? Alright, I'll definitely check it out. And I'll make a mental note to add that to my Twitter also, so I'll put out a tweet and have all the hashtags in it. Yeah. I thought about too, I mean it's a project I'll have to motivate myself to do, but I thought about making like a small little web page, like a retro web style web page, and just having like information about me and hashtags and all kinds of information there as a little hub that people could visit, and just have a link to it on my Twitter. It probably wouldn't take too long. It's just one of those things I have to motivate myself to do. So I'll look into doing that because it probably would be a good idea to have some of that. Okay, meme posted. All right, I'll definitely check it out after stream and repost it. Where were we going to now? What is the fastest way? I mean, we're not very far from where we need to be, actually. Okay, there's a little springboard up to there. Okay. This world seemed so huge as a kid. Like, I feel like I spent days just exploring the map, but it's really not that big. Seems that way, but we traverse it pretty quickly. Okay. The blog idea is really cute. I'll be marketing team, yeah. Well, I'm definitely happy if you want to spread the word and try and get more Billows on board. I would definitely appreciate it. I love to have them here. I think we'll all have a fun time together, so the more the merrier, as they say. That's my philosophy. Alright, we gotta do that. And then go into the dark world. So that's actually what the other portal was for. The one up here. Which we can get to pretty easily now. And magic hammer. Go into the dark world. I think the water level should still be raised. But if not, I mean, it's easy enough to get back into the dungeon properly. Trying to remember. Oh, no. We gotta do it while we stay on the same screen. Okay, that makes sense. SNES hardware limitations. It doesn't have that level of persistence in the world, so we gotta do it this way, but that's not a biggie. We'll just do it again. I forgot that the portal's gotta be on the same screen. You love the music? Yeah. It makes me happy too. Ashe said it before, but Koji Kondo did... I mean, he's a legendary composer for a reason, right? Everything he touches turns to gold, so... all of the Zelda games have just, like, fantastic music. I'd say they're probably known for that just as much as anything else. Here we go. Yeah, you have to have the water level raised to be able to get through this dungeon. These little things skimming on the water, I really still, to this day, do not know what they are. I have no idea what they're supposed to be, but they freak me out. And I think that they're weird looking. I think they're supposed to be some kind of, like, bug, but I really don't know what they are. They're super annoying, too. And these little ice balls which randomly shoot up out of the water. Very interesting. I like the snake heads that are like spewing water out too. This is a bombable wall. So let's get that. And a key, I think. You got the map. Yay. These little jelly guys who chase after you. Got him. Got so sidetracked now looking at polar bears pictures. Yeah, I definitely feel you there. I am one to go down internet rabbit holes all the time. Oh, I don't have a key. I think I must get that from here. Yep. Vaguely remembering where things are. The little hub thing there will spit out little projectiles in whatever direction is closest to you. So that's another thing to keep in mind when you're trying to beat the enemies in this room. Got it. Ouch. I'll try and get another heart real quick. Not there. Okay. Yeah, and this is a water temple, so there are places where you have to raise and lower the water level, which is fun. But this one isn't as bad as the notorious Ocarina of Time water temple. This one is nowhere near as confusing. Okay. The graphics in this game I really love too. There's just something about them. I mean, obviously the nostalgic factor for me is a big deal. But I love the aesthetic of this game. I just think it's so good. I'll miss you since the smoke mines will watch again until Friday, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. I don't know. Oops. It's just, it's really hard for me to stay awake, frankly, a lot of times during the week. I'll have days where I'll just fall asleep at like 7 p.m. I know it's not great, but it's just like, with the way this smoke body is, sometimes it does that. It's not really made for holding up an endurance. I don't know how I did 10-hour stream. Like that still blows my mind that I was able to do that, but I think with the stress of the smoke mines during the week, it drains my body a lot faster. So I just end up falling asleep or not having energy to stream. I try to, and I always keep it a possibility of like either doing a guerrilla stream or just announcing, hey, I'm gonna try and stream Wednesday. But for right now, it's just been pretty hard. We'll see in the future, and maybe if for some reason more free time opens up, for good or for ill, I definitely would like to stream more often because I enjoy streaming every time I do it, so we'll see. It's okay. Yeah. It is something to look forward to. It is another reason why I get excited for the weekend. I will say that much. And I'm always, always happy whenever I see you guys, so... You know, you guys are the highlight of my week, along with just, getting done with the smoke mines for another week. So I hope that everyone knows that. I hope that everyone is keenly aware of what you mean to me. I say it all the time, but my gratitude is real. Me just idly talking, forgetting I have a key to go through here. Okay. Okay, that's a really annoying sound. Okay, there we go. Now we can raise the water. I'm glad I'm your guys' highlight too. I really do hope that I bring something to your life, and it makes me happy hearing that I do, so I intend to keep doing it. I mean, obviously, if people hated me, there wouldn't be as much reason to stream at all, but... yeah, it's good that we both get something out of it. Because I've really... every time I've been streaming, I've been having the time of my life. Being able to experience things with you. And today's been a blast in of itself, even though I've beaten this game countless times. Just because I've been able to have a good reason to experience it again. And the experience of doing it with other people. Which normally, before, I would have been too shy to do. Dang it. They're really kicking my butt here. But yeah, this is something I didn't anticipate ever doing or liking doing. But here I am, you know. I think I can fall down this way, maybe? I think that was the wrong way, but that's okay. We'll just go back and then fall in the other hole. It's not too far out of the way, so we can circle back around. I'm very glad I bring you happiness and good sleep. That is definitely what I want out of this. Making people feel good. Because this world is, I don't know, it's a dumpster fire. Oh, that's just rupees? Never mind. Okay. I guess we do have to fall in the other hole, but the switch has to be pink for us to get through. Okay. Got it. Yeah, this world can suck in a lot of ways. So every bit of reprieve and comfort that I can provide, I'm very happy to do it. We just gotta go around the long way here. Can we do that yet? I think. Yeah, I think we just go in this way. Through this door. There we go. That's the way to do it. First and only VTuber you watch? Well, I mean, that really means a lot to me. There's so many great VTubers out there too. Yeah, it's I don't know, it is really nerve-wracking just to even interact with people. I had a lot of discomfort with that too, watching the VTubers I like. I was definitely too shy to really chat very much. But I'm glad that I was able to make you comfortable enough to do that, and I really appreciate your input, Yoon. You know, people have apologized to me to not being able to catch my streams, but just interacting in streams, just showing up at all, it makes it so much easier for me, really, because just yapping for 4 hours by yourself, you know, it's pretty difficult, especially as an introverted person. I don't always know what to say or what would be interesting, so being able to back and forth with people, anyone in the chat, you know, whether you feel like your contribution matters a lot or not, it definitely does to me. It helps me so much, and it makes this so much fun too, because I get to learn about you guys. I get to share things with you guys. So yeah. Yay, we got the hook shot. It extends and contracts and boing! I love that they put that in there. It can grapple many things. So that will open up a lot of things for us in the game. We can go across here and get these pots. And there's a key there. I don't think there's anything up there, never mind. Billow love, yes, absolutely. I definitely appreciate you guys so much. Gotta push the statue, that's right. I think this game too is a very good choice for today, because it's just one of the perfect games for chilling out. And knowing it so well, it's something I can, like I said, brain off when I'm playing it. I loved our last stream, and I loved beating Mario and Luigi, but going 10 hours does take a lot out of you, so I needed a kind of chill stream to relax to today. And this just turned out to be perfect for that, so can't really get around there. We have to go another way. Zelda as a series has also been so good with their dungeon design, because in dungeons like this, where I gotta lower the water level, I guess, so I gotta find a way to do that. In dungeons like this, if you go the wrong way, you're still like, oh, okay, well, I'm not going the right way, but at least I know exactly what I have to do and kind of how to get there, so that's also very helpful. Where do I go now? Get off of me, skeleton. I'm trying to do something. I'm trying to brain here. Where is it? There was a room where we could lower the water level, but I forget. We might have to just backtrack some. Did we go this way? I can't remember. Yeah, I don't think we went this way, actually. The hook shot is very, very, very useful in this game. That was another thing that I wanted as a kid, was a hook shot. And it didn't really... I mean, I guess there's grappling hooks, but I didn't want to believe that it wasn't an actual item that one could obtain in real life. It makes sense because they're probably extremely dangerous, but as a kid I was like, yeah, I wish I could have a hook shot. What is over here? Is there anything? No, not really. We can lower the water level though, so that'll help us. I think we can lower it. Oh no, that one only raises it. Never mind. Well, that's what I was thinking, but I guess I was thinking wrong. Okay. Well, back to the drawing board. We're also looking forward until we're big enough for a Discord community. Yeah, that'll be good. Because then also, like, I mean, when I can't be here, you guys can also entertain yourselves and have a good community to talk to about things. Not that I don't want to be here as much as I can, but I know that sometimes I can't, so... In the meantime, it'll be nice to chat about things and share clips and memes and stuff with each other. I tried to get by in there, but that's okay. Can I walk through here? No, I can't. I could have sworn there was some like waterfall that I could walk through in this dungeon, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I've been through here. No. That's not it. It's tricky. What was over there? I can look at it at least. But no, there was nothing over there. Okay. And nothing over here, okay. Maybe I just missed something obvious near where the raised water was that I need to lower down. And I wasn't thinking, which is entirely possible. Brain empty has, you know, advantages and disadvantages to it. Actually, no, I think I know what it is. I think that button with the other on the other side opens both these doors, so you can actually come back and go through this side. It's kind of a red herring that way. But that, I think that's what it is. I think I was just not thinking. But yeah, I think when you push this statue on the button, it opens the other side. Happy birthday! Yeah, it is officially your birthday. Yay! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear you. Happy birthday to you. Yay! I'm glad you wanted to be here for it, so that means a lot to me. Hi, Zelda Gamer. We're just having a chill time here, playing some A Link to the Past. I played this game a lot as a kid, so I'm kind of just brain empty going through this game here. Not taking it too seriously, just having a chill time. But it's good to see you. Welcome to our community. Hope you enjoy your stay here. The Billows are very nice and welcoming, so we're happy to have you. Yeah, I think we're making good progress in this dungeon. There's not a lot to it left. And one of these you can walk through too. I just forget which one. Maybe it's in this room? There it is. Yep, that's where it is. See, I thought that you could walk through one of those waterfalls, but I couldn't remember where it was. Ay, ay, ay. Shh. They're so annoying. I'm swimming against the current, too. That's not good. Okay, there we go. So now we can get into this little area. I forget what's even up here, but that's the great thing about Zelda. You can just explore. There's some hearts. Okay, right, this is the way to the boss room, so I need to get a key from downstairs before I can actually get into the boss area. Okay, it's not going to let me actually hit them. Okay, thank you, game. So what's over here? Is it a key? Yes, it is. Can I just go on into the boss room? I think I can. I have the big key and everything. Yep, it's the boss. Okay. I always, like, thought the texture on these little guys that he's got twirling around him was very interesting. Something about it reminds me of, like, a snack or something. I'm not sure exactly what they're supposed to be, if they're, like, clouds or what. But he's like a giant, like, jellyfish thing. Very weird guy. Okay. How am I doing on fairies? Did I use both of them? I might be screwed. No, I've got one left because we got the third bottle. That's right. Oh, gotta get my hook shot back out. Okay. We should be able to do this with just one fairy. He's not... I mean, watch me whiff this afterwards, but he's not as tough as some of the bosses, I don't think. So... we should be okay. He's just kind of more annoying than anything else. Oh. Ouch. Okay, here he comes. Yeah, he does this thing. Whoa. Whoa. That was close. I thought he hit me there. Ouch. Okay. Well, we've got the one fairy left, and that should hopefully be enough to take him out. Okay. Alright. I barely avoided that one again. There we go. Phew. Yeah. He's not too hard, but that can be kind of annoying when he does that thing and he just speeds around too quickly like that. Yay! Got the second crystal. Yatta! Kibby, because of you, I can escape from the clutches of the evil monsters. Thank you. The Triforce will grant the wishes of whoever touches it, as long as that person lives. That is why it was hidden in the Golden Land. Only a select few knew of its location, but at some point that knowledge was lost. The person who rediscovered the Golden Land was Ganondorf the Evil Thief. Luckily, he couldn't figure out how to return to the Light World. Well, remember that you have magical powers, which only the hero can make the most of. There are some other magical warping points like the one you saw on Death Mountain. By using them, you can go between the two worlds and find the evils hidden in the Dark World. You are the only one who can destroy Ganondorf, the thief. No, Ganon, the evil king of darkness. Do you understand? Yeah. May the way of the hero lead to the Triforce. Yatta! Crystal number 2. Let's see. I might go a little bit longer. We can probably at least go and get the flute, I think. I may not start the third dungeon today, but there are some things we can do before we actually go into it. So let me magic mirror. I don't think I'm going to do like a, 100% completionist, all secrets, all heart pieces run either. But I'll get as many things as I can remember. there's 7 crystals. I mean, we've made good progress so far. We've already been through 5 dungeons, and there's 5 left. So that gives you an idea of how long this game is. It's not a terribly long game. When you're a kid, of course, it takes a lot longer to beat. But just when you've already played it so many times and you can be brain empty, it's not so bad. I think I actually have to go into the village in the dark world. But I can do it maybe through here. And I probably will pick this back up on Friday. And we may even beat it then. I don't want to, you know, jinx myself like I did with Mario and Luigi, but it's not a terribly long game. You know, doing a couple 4-hour sessions should be more than enough time to beat it. Yeah, I like games that aren't that long too. Like I said, this was definitely like probably the #1 comfort game for at least the early part of my childhood. It's easy to just, you know, brain off play it for comfort. When I would go over to my grandmother's house, actually, I remember I would bring my Super Nintendo with me and just hook it up to her TV and just play this game the entire time while I was there. And I loved it. On Friday with a 12-hour stream. Nah, it shouldn't be that long. Maybe 6 hours. No, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm probably not going to do another 10-hour stream. But who knows? I know that I can do them now. What is up this way? Let's see. If I remember right, you can get the flute now. You get a shovel, and then with the shovel you can get the flute. It's not a terribly hard thing to get, but that'll allow you to get fast travel, which is nice. Yeah, talk to this guy. Very cute.
After wandering into this world, I turned into this shape. I enjoyed playing the flute in the original world. There was a small grove where many animals gathered. I want to see that place again. I buried my flute there with some flower seeds. Will you try to find it for me? Yeah, then I will lend you my shovel. You borrowed a shovel. You can dig in many places. You never know what you'll find.
I think there's some things you can... I mean, they're not essential items, but you can use the shovel to dig up really all over the map, but... in most cases, it's an item you only have for a very short amount of time, because the flute is like right here. Up in this area. Yep. There we go. Now we've got the flute. Let's go. The flute on its own doesn't really do anything, except play the little jingle, but you can take it up here. Again, I don't even know how we were supposed to figure this out as a kid either. Just somehow I figured out intuitively to do this, but you take the flute up to... I think you do it in the light world. Yeah, I don't think you do it in the dark world. You take the flute up to this weather vane in Kakariko Village. I just noticed it's not playing the Kakariko Village theme song, which is interesting. I forgot that it does that. But you play it here. Like, why would you play flute at a weather vane? I'm really not sure. But you do, and a little bird flies out. So now we should have a fast travel mechanic. Let's see. Yeah, The little bird comes and picks you up and you can choose where to travel to. So that's super useful. We can't do anything here right now. But it also does open up other places that you can get to. Where is this, actually? I forgot. Okay, here's another cave we can go into. It's just a fairy fountain, I think. But we can recharge, we can refill our fairies, so it's good to come here anyway. And it's good to have that quickly and easily accessible, so you can just go there and fill up your fairies anytime. There's another one that's like really close to your house also, but it may just be faster to do the fast travel and get that one. Let's see what else is here. We can go into the dark world here, but I don't really remember what is here worth doing that for. I don't think there's anything really to get at the moment right here. The potion seller's house you can also go to, Death Mountain. You can only fast travel in the light world though, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Alright, well, I'll probably go back to my house. Actually, no, there's one more place I wanted to go to. Do we need to fast travel there? I want to see if it's open now. I mean, it won't take very long to go up there, so I can probably just do that real quick. It's something I mentioned before, but I don't remember if it's opened up for us now. Because I think that up this way, near the woodcutter's house, there might be something that we can do now. Oops, wrong way. It's up here. It's not this tree, is it? No, but there are little apples that come out of it, and you can eat those for health. It might be up here near the woodcutter's house itself. Yeah, this tree that they had been cutting earlier, now you notice that it has a different color canopy, right? So you can just, boom. You were doing something and all you heard was the flute. Yeah, the flute opens up fast travel. So now that we've got the little bird, we can actually fast travel place to place. But I wanted to come back up here to the woodcutter's house because you can fall in the tree that they were cutting earlier. And inside there's fairies, but also a little path over here to a piece of heart. So yay! We've got that also. Yeah. But I think I might call it there for today, and we can do the other dungeons on Friday. It might take a little bit longer because the dungeons in the Dark World are longer, and then there is another dungeon after that actually with Ganon. But it's not exactly like Mario and Luigi where we'd have an extra 5 hours of content when I think that there's only 2 hours. I think we can probably pace ourselves that way. And if for some reason we had to do 3 streams, we could do that. I might have to do another just, you know, 1-day stream before Deltarune. I'm trying to pace things out and plan it ahead. But we'll figure it out. Maybe one of those days I'll try Survival Kids, which I mentioned earlier, and now we can actually play, so I might give that a go for one stream. We'll see. Let's go ahead and go back to the room. Chotomate. Actually, I'll pop out of here. I'll put my controller away. And pop back in. There we go. Yeah, but that was a fun little stream of one of my most cherished games. I'm glad we could make so much progress. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself so much being here. It really makes me happy that a game that has made me so happy can also make you happy. I felt like it was a good one to kind of chill out with and kind of unwind with from the ordeal of a big RPG. You're curious about Deltarune. I think you'll enjoy it, honestly. If you've never played it, I think you would enjoy seeing it. It's a very whimsical game. There's a lot of lovable characters. Honestly, like a lot of the characters in Mario and Luigi remind me of Deltarune characters. So if you like it, you've never played it? Yeah. I mean, I'll try and give you the best experience I can for experiencing it for the first time, but it is really it's a really, really good game. I like Deltarune a lot better than Undertale, even though it's made by the same guy, same team. But it's really, really good. I hope that I will make it a good enough week so it will justify, why someone would want to dedicate like a whole week basically to streaming Deltarune. But I think it'll be worth it. It'll be good for me to revisit the first 2 chapters also, and then see the 3rd and 4th chapter for the first time together with you, Billows. So, that'll be an interesting experience. You're really excited for this stream because you love old games? Yeah. Zelda Link to the Past is a great game, and I felt like it would be good to revisit it, and just a chill time, like I said. We'll probably finish before, honestly, the Deltarune week. I didn't know exactly how long it would take or how many streams we do, but I mean, we're basically like halfway through the game at this point. It's really not that long a game at all. We just gotta barrel through some dungeons, and if my brain can remember the way to get through some puzzles, then we're pretty good. I'm glad you're happy. I like to make you guys happy, and I'm happy too. This is probably the best day I could have planned for to do this stream. And even if I had to figure out doing some other one-off streams, then I'm more than happy to do it. There's always games I can play one-off. Survival Kids might be a good idea to do just for one day stream, because it's a Game Boy Color game. It's fairly short. Or we could always do Kirby Superstar, which I'd want to play, and just play some of that and then hop back in whenever. But we have options, and I'll figure it out. And part of, being a streamer is just having that flexibility and being able to plan stuff. So whatever we do, I think we'll have a lot of fun. I've been having a lot of fun so far, and you guys have been having a lot of fun, so that's the important thing. We'll take it as it comes. I'm not going to rush through anything, or, apart from tomorrow, or apart from yesterday, I'm not going to try to stress myself too much blasting through streams too often. So yeah, I'll just take it easy and we'll figure it out as it goes. Kirby Superstar and A Link to the Past were my main games growing up. So anytime, any chance I get an opportunity to revisit them, I'm gonna take it. I may have beaten them already a million times, but it really is a different experience playing on stream with other people. That's one thing that I've realized playing with the Billows, is that, even though I've played A Link to the Past countless times, it's been totally new seeing it now playing with you guys. So it's just really nice getting that opportunity to breathe new life into something that I care about so much. I'm sure it'll be the same playing Deltarune chapters 1 and 2, even though, that's a much more recent game. Revisiting it with other people is going to be fun, showing them things in it for the first time. So we'll definitely play Kirby games. I've got, Kirby 64 lined up, Kirby Superstar, Kirby's Adventure. Maybe I'll go back and play the original Game Boy games too. Who knows? They're on Switch Online, so, why not check them out? I think the only reason we might not go back and play the very first one is that Kirby Superstar has what is it? I forget what it's called exactly, but the first minigame in Kirby Superstar is basically just a remake of Kirby for the Game Boy, so we might not revisit that one if we play Kirby Superstar, but the others I'll look into for sure. I definitely have them on the list. and maybe some of the Switch Kirby games, which I haven't played yet. We'll give those a go. So, I don't know. It's all on my list. It's all on things I want to do. And having you guys here gives me a reason to do it. So, you know, we'll definitely get around to it. But I guess for now, I'll just go ahead and I'll hop off until Friday. But thank you again for spending time with me today and yesterday. I understand 10 hours is too much for a lot of people, and I'm totally fine with that. You know, you can catch up on VODs whenever, but I try to keep it in the more manageable range, and that's what we'll try and do again on Friday. So, yeah, until then, I guess I'll go make dinner, chill a little bit more, get ready for the week ahead. You're welcome. Thank you for being here, Yoon. I'm very, very happy to see you guys always. But until next time, 再见, mata ne, Kon'Enra, bye bye, bye.